Good morning everybody and welcome to Biocides Day 2019. So nice to see many of you here today on a cold October morning. I hope you will have an interesting and useful day ahead of you. But before kicking off the day, I will go through some practicalities for the day to make your day run as smoothly as possible for you. The Wi-Fi password you should have in your stationery, but just in case, it's guest W1F1. And please just let any of us ECHA staff know if you have any problems in connecting. Presentations of today can be found on the event page. They exist there already in case you want to take a look or you have a need to print them out. Coffee will be served next door and the first coffee break will take place at 11 o'clock. And lunch is served one floor up. Our colleagues will be guiding you there. And if you wish to smoke, it's also one floor up on the way to the canteen. The event will be recorded and photographed, and please let any of our staff know if you don't want to appear in any of the pictures, so we can take that into consideration. And feedback survey can be also found on the event page, and we would really appreciate to get your feedback after the event so we know how to further develop these events. And yes, and then to mention about the emergency exits marked in green, and in case of an emergency, the assembly place is in the park at front of ECHA. Okay, I think that's it. And then as we wish to make the day as interactive as possible with you, so please send us questions by using the Slido tool. So go to slido.com and type Biocides Day as the access code and you can enter. And you are free to submit your questions whenever, also during the presentations. And we would be also very happy if you share our posts on social media and using the hashtag Biocides Day, so we get to see all the posts related to the day. Okay, I think that's it. So let's kick off the day, and I will hand over to our Executive Director, Bjorn Hansen, to introduce you to the topics of the day. Thank you and enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, Jutta, and welcome to everybody who is physically here, but also everybody who is logging in online to follow today's Biocides Day. There's more than 100 of you who've managed to come here physically, and I'm really, really grateful and happy for that attendance. Today's agenda is covering basically three important topics that we've been working on in ECHA with our Commission colleagues and stakeholders. That's endocrine disruptors, biocide product families, and of course, the active substance review program. The latter has been a priority for ECHA and it has been one of the topics of highest interest to you over the last many years. So my colleagues will be presenting our thoughts on how to speed up the review program, and we're really looking forward to getting feedback from you, your thoughts, if this is the right direction or there are other or additional things that can be done. Another, a new element today, or that's the wrong word, but a piece of news is also from ECHA side that we now have a new director for the Directorate of Risk Management, Peter van der Zandt, who I'll be giving the floor in a moment. And I'd like to welcome you to this extremely challenging area where indeed there's a lot to be done, but I'm also sure that we'll get there. Finally, please be active, both Slido, but also in the end in reviewing today's day so that we can get feedback for the next time, but also so that we can get your feedback today so that it can become, or we can have a very productive day, both from our side, but also from your side. So with that, I simply wish you a very, very productive day, and I'll give the floor over to Peter for the next steps. Peter, please.
I put the microphones a bit higher. Thank you very much, Bjorn, for your warm welcome. Very happy to be here. And a very warm welcome also to you all here at this Biocides Day, and also to the people who are following this day online. It is, let me see if the slides work. What to expect today? In fact, this is already the 7th Biocides Day that ECHA is organizing. I was looking yesterday at the first one in 2013, which was even held before the biocidal products regulation entered into force, and which was dealing with all the aspects. And now we are going into another area of the real implementation and what are the aspects that we have to deal with. So my name is Peter van der Zandt. I'm the new director for risk management in ECHA, which is also covering biocides, and I'm very happy to be here and actually to be back in biocides, because I was involved in the early days when there was not yet a regulation, but the directive was being established. So that's going back a long time, but of course I was very young in that time. So today's topic that we have chosen, we hope and think that they are also topics that are very much of interest to you, because we have been listening also to what are areas where you are dealing with and where you have questions and that you would like to have addressed. So dealing with the assessment of endocrine disruptors is the first topic that we will address. Then certainly we want to address the active substances review program, which has been going on already for many years, and where we feel that there is a need to speed up in order to achieve, where possible, the deadline that we have for the review program of 2024 to assess all the active substances in the review program. And lastly, to address the biocidal product family, how to deal with that, because this is a quite new framework. I would like to start with the topic that is of highest priority to me as a new director here at ECHA, and which I also think should get more attention, also politically, also in the member states, which is the review program for the active substances. We have had, over the past years, we have accumulated a delay in the assessment of the active substances, which does not help. It actually means that we cannot assess all the active substances if we do not get progress, which also means that we might still have active substances on the market which pose a risk, which is not adequately handled so far. So we really need to do something about that. Also, it does not help for achieving a level playing field, because new products have to be assessed and when they get into the market, and here we have active substances and products already on the market which are not fully assessed yet. So this is really not good for the market at all. And I can already say, as Bjorn already said as well, this is really a high priority for ECHA. Of course, a lot of this work has to be done by the member states' competent authorities, but we are ready as ECHA to support the member states in getting this job done and increasing again the number of dossiers that we can be handling throughout this review program. Secondly, endocrine disruptors. This is a fairly recent aspect as well of the assessment of biocides, and we know that some of you are dealing with that, sometimes struggling with that, and we want to address and see where we can help. We know that it takes time and resources, but it's very important to do this assessment because, of course, we want to control the exposure of humans, also via the environment, to endocrine disruptors in a good way. Biocidal products families, I already mentioned. There is a revised framework now for biocidal product families, how to deal with that. And we want to address that also today in order to help you guide better how to deal with that also in your product portfolio. Today will be an opportunity for all of you here present to do networking. Also, several of you have requested one-to-one sessions that will be organized during the break and at the end of the meeting as well. So this is really an opportunity for you to interact, have discussions with ECHA staff, but also with you within this audience, with colleagues, etc. And learn as much as possible and discuss as much as possible. And of course, we are welcoming your feedback to us as well. Any suggestions that you might have for improving our work would be very welcome. So, I would like to look forward to work with you on biocides. Again, I would say, happy to be here, happy to see you all, and happy to go through with you throughout this day. So with that, I would like to hand over to the next speaker, who is Mr. Klaus Berend from DG SANTE in the Commission, who will give us an overview of where we are actually on endocrine disruptors, which is the topic of the first session of today. Klaus.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning to everybody here in the room and also to those who are listening online. And I know, for example, that some of my colleagues are listening online and they will help me in case I get questions that I cannot answer immediately. So, endocrine disruptors. One of the, or assessment of endocrine disrupting properties of active substances and the co-formulants in the products is a saga that also goes back already over several years. Peter mentioned that the review program is delayed, and I will come back to that in the second session of today. The development of the criteria to identify endocrine disruptors was also a process marked by quite some delays. The culprit in this case was the Commission, to be honest, because we started the work too late, and you will certainly all remember that Sweden saw it fit to take us to court over that in 2014. And whether that was connected or not, it is that year that the development started then of the criteria with public consultation in 2014, September. And then finally the act, the delegated regulation that adopted the criteria, came about in 2017. So it took altogether 3 years to develop these criteria. In addition to the consultation of experts, member states, stakeholders, there were meetings organized and roundtables. Some of you might have been involved in that and will certainly remember. Then the criteria in the end came about for biocides, adopted in 2017, applicable from June 2018. And then a little later, very similar criteria also for plant protection products, or pesticides as they are often called. And the reason for this discrepancy in time was that the European Parliament objected to the criteria for pesticides because of one particular provision that was in there related to insect growth regulators. And that had to be resolved, and that led to a bit of delay for the adoption of the criteria for pesticides. But grosso modo, overall, they are harmonized, which is something that is now also discussed in a broader context, and I will come back to that at the end of the presentation. As a brief recap, the ED criteria concern human health, but also the environment, so non-target organisms in the environment. They are harmonized for biocidal products and plant protection products, and which was one of the key elements and the key points in the development, they are based on the 3 elements of the WHO IPCS definition of what is an endocrine disruptor. So there needs to be an endocrine mode of action, an adverse effect, and a correlation or causality between the two. Now, there was a lot of debate on that with some stakeholders considering that the wording that we chose is too strict, thinking the NGO community in particular, and some member states, that we would in the end not identify all endocrine disruptors. On the other hand, you had the industry stakeholders and also some member states who thought, no, it's the opposite. We are actually identifying too many, or the language is too wide. But as always, and my view on that is the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. We will see how this will play out in reality when the substances are actually be assessed. And mindful of that, there is also a review clause in the legislation that adopted the criteria. By 2025, we have to present an assessment on how all of this has played out in practice, and if need be, propose amendments. Parallel to the, well, let's say in the final stages of the adoption process of the legislation, the Commission asked ECHA and EFSA to develop jointly a guidance document on how then to implement these criteria in practice. And that was ready also in June, so right on time for the implementation of the criteria for biocides. And in a way, I found the process very, very positive because it was a really close cooperation between the two agencies, which is something that has inspired us to look into similar cooperation also in other areas, obviously. And despite the differences in the processes that the agencies have for the drawing up the guidance, it all worked quite well. We organized workshops during the process together with stakeholders to look at some test cases, case studies, you name it. And in the end, we got the product as a joint guidance for both areas, both agencies. And this is, of course, particularly helpful for cases where the same substance is used in both biocides and plant protection products. Now, when looking at the guidance, and already before, we realized that we will have to update the data requirements in the biocidal products regulation, annexes 2 and 3. And that process is now quite far advanced. And I'll come back to that on the next slide. And we are at the moment preparing, or in the final stages of preparing a delegated regulation that would amend these data requirements in annexes 2 and 3. And when developing this update, we had, of course, again, lots of consultations with the agencies, with DG Joint Research Center and the Commission, who had worked a lot with the agencies also in the development of the guidance. With DG Environment, DG Grow, because we quickly came to the understanding that a lot of what we will do for biocides will also have repercussions for the pesticides data requirements, obviously, but also for REACH. And one of the most debated points in this update was the reproductive toxicity testing, in particular the extended one generation toxicity study, where under REACH, at the time when I was working on REACH, it took us 3 years to update the annexes in REACH to come to an at least qualified majority support for how to implement this modular test guideline with trigger values and you name it. And now when we looked at this in the context of the biocidal products regulation, ECHA and EFSA told us, no, all this triggering is bad, require a different way of setting up the study. And that, of course, raised some eyebrows, and we had quite intense discussions on how to resolve it. We have now a proposal, as I said, ready, and you will see it soon. Once it has gone through the inter-service consultation in the Commission, which is different from what is now in REACH. But our REACH colleagues are also considering to amend their own data requirements as a follow-up also to the REACH review and to the experience gained with this triggering for the EOGRTS. So, planning is that we will finalize the draft delegated regulation very soon and then have it discussed one more time in the expert group made up of member states, experts, parliament, and the observers from stakeholders in the week of 20th November. And then hopefully we can adopt it, and then there will be the scrutiny by Council and Parliament, and then it should all be ready to enter into force early next year. But let's hope that this schedule can actually be kept. In parallel to the change of the, or actually already before the changing of the data requirements, we discussed with the member states and stakeholders in the competent authority meetings a number of notes, guidance notes that would set out how the assessment would be implemented in the ongoing procedures for the assessment of active substances, how to go about already authorized products and products under assessment at the member state level, and then also what to do about active substances that are already approved and were not particularly assessed for the ED properties under the new criteria. All of those agreements are in guidance notes that are publicly available, and the links are here on the slide, and you can easily find them, and many of you are probably already familiar with them. So for the active substances and the ongoing procedures, of which there are many, as we know, there is a difference between the situation for the dossiers that still are somewhere in the process that were, or for which the competent authority assessment report was already submitted before 1st September 2013. These are the real backlog dossiers, and here, of course, the conditions of the former Biocidal Products Directive still apply. So endocrine disruption is not an exclusion criterion as such, but still we would like to have the assessment done based on the information available. And then, of course, if there is not enough information available, the conclusion might be that it is not possible to have a final view on the ED properties. For those cases where the assessment report is submitted after 1st of September 2013, there, of course, there's a clear obligation to assess the endocrine disruption properties. The applicants are obliged to provide the data if they are asked to do so by the evaluating member state or during the peer review. And here we do expect that the BPC, in its opinion, makes a clear statement on ED properties. When the process is still ongoing, either at the member state or during the peer review, this assessment will be done as part of that process, which of course might again add to the delays as it's necessary to get the data and do the assessment. And then for the cases where ECHA had already submitted its BPC opinions to us, we have actually sent these back to ECHA, asking for an update of the opinion with regard to ED properties. Again, of course, leading to some delay, but that's unavoidable. There was a clear desire from member states and the parliament to implement these criteria as swiftly as possible. And the price to pay for that is indeed a bit of more delays for the ongoing assessments. I'll come back to the numbers on a slide a little bit later on. Now, of course, the criteria or the assessment of endocrine disrupting properties for biocides is not limited to the active substance alone, but member states also have to do that for biocidal products. They have to look at the active substance and at the non-active substances, the co-formulants. And here, the data requirements had and will also have in the future a distinction between substances of concern and other non-active substances that are not substances of concern. In fact, the member states can require the same data for substances of concern as for the active substance, but not for the others. And when we updated now Annexes 2 and 3, that was another point of quite intense debate, because together with ECHA, we had actually initially proposed that this assessment would also be done, or the data requirements would also cover the non-active substances that are not substances of concern. But several member states were quite clear saying they did not want that. They wanted to focus the assessment on the substances of concern. And for the others, if there are indications that they could be EDs, they wanted to, and they preferred clearly to deal with that in the context of REACH. So go through the evaluation process in REACH and the SVHC identification in REACH. So rather than doing this as a member state on their own in the evaluation of applications for biocidal products authorization, have this in a coordinated process under REACH. And we have accepted that. So the new data requirements will still make this distinction between substances of concern and other non-active substances. Quick reminder that other than the identification via the criteria that were adopted in 2017, Active substances and, of course, the non-active substances can also be identified as SVHC under REACH due to the endocrine disrupting properties. So 2 avenues are open for that. To conclude on the assessment of active substances, a few words on how will we go about those that are already approved and where the ED properties have not already been assessed against the new criteria. This can, of course, happen either during the regular renewal, or the Commission can trigger an early review in accordance with Article 15 of the Biocidal Products Regulation. And for that, if we consider that there are significant indications that the substance might be an endocrine disruptor and hence not meet the approval conditions, we make this intention publicly available, or we have to make it publicly available on our website, and we have to inform the applicants and give them time to comment on that intention. We can also, and we will, ask ECHA for an opinion on the cases, and ECHA has 270 days to provide that opinion. And if ECHA finds that the substance would have endocrine disrupting properties and meet the exclusion criteria, then we will follow the normal steps that are always done in such a situation. So a further consultation on whether the derogation possibilities from the exclusion criteria are met. And then in the end, we have, of course, the decision to be taken by the Standing Committee based on a proposal from us. And obviously, as an outcome, there are several possibilities. Either the substance is found not to have ED properties and nothing will change in the approval conditions, or there could be restrictions on the approval conditions, or indeed, if the substance is an ED, meets the exclusion criteria, and there are none of the derogation possibilities are fulfilled, then, of course, the Commission can also withdraw the approval. We looked at the substances already approved and the likelihood that they might meet the ED criteria during a study that was made in support of the impact assessment developed when the criteria were proposed. And we looked at the deadlines by when the approval of an already approved substance expires and when the new application has to be submitted, and realized that if the renewal process is very close, there is no point in triggering an early review. But if it's quite some distance in the future, then of course we are in a different situation. And we have identified 3 substances where such an early review should be triggered. And these are on this slide, so ZNAP iodine and PVP iodine. And we will launch the process for the early review very soon. Probably early next year. Now, for the biocidal products, as mentioned, the member states have to make this assessment when they look at the applications for authorization, looking in particular at the co-formulants in the product. And here we have come to the agreement with the member states that when the actual assessment phase is already closed, they will not ask for additional information, or when they ask for additional information during the assessment phase but realize that it takes too long to complete all of that in order to respect the legal deadlines for the product authorization, then also they will conclude the assessment process and will set conditions in post authorization, such as the requirement for the authorization holders to submit certain additional data that will then be assessed. And of course, if that then reveals that the product has ED properties, the member state can do a similar thing as we can do for active substances, and for union authorizations anyway it would be the Commission, is trigger an early review of the authorization and take the consequences for the authorization based on the outcome of that assessment of the additional data. Of course, this is also to be done if no early review is triggered during the renewal of the product authorization. During this still ongoing transition period where member states apply their national legislations, they decide for themselves how they want to apply the ED criteria under their national schemes, if they have any. And the consequence, or quite an important consequence, of course, of identification of ED properties for a product is laid down in Article 19.4, meaning that such products are not to be made available to the general public. And in the case of union authorization, we also have the situation that, in principle, products that have ED properties are excluded from union authorization, which is, of course, to be seen against the background that so far quite a few of our union authorizations already granted concern iodine-containing products. On this slide, I think you know it all, but just as a reminder, the consequences of the ED identification are different depending on whether it's for human health, where ED properties are an exclusion criterion for active substances compared to environmental effects or non-target organism effects, where it's not an exclusion criterion for the active substance. And likewise, biocidal products are also not automatically banned if they are identified to have endocrine disrupting properties, but indeed a restriction for sale to the general public and for union authorization comes into effect that I just commented on the previous slide. Now, looking at a few numbers. On this slide, you have first on the left side the total, the situation for the total review program. So all in all, we have a little less than 300 active substances and more than 700 active substance product type combinations. And of those, decisions have already been taken for 127 active substances concerning 239 active substance product type combinations. We come back to that in the second session of the morning in a bit more detail. Interesting here is maybe the fifth set of columns here, the number of BPC opinions where we have sent a mandate back to ECHA to look again at the ED properties. We did that for 39 cases of combinations, active substance and product types, 7 active substances. And the feedback from ECHA so far is that for one of them, DBPNA, don't ask me what the abbreviation stands for, ECHA considered that indeed it is an endocrine disruptor, and this was agreed in the June BPC meeting. For one more, carbendazim, we expect this to be confirmed in March, at the next BPC meeting in March. So, since June 2018, we have, with this DBPNA that I already mentioned, another one, cholecalciferol, a new active substance that was also identified as having ED properties. It's a rodenticide, and like the other rodenticides that practically all meet the exclusion criteria for reprotoxicity or other properties, this one was also in the end approved with a shortened approval period of 5 years, as it was considered that the derogation possibilities to exclusion are met, similar to the other rodenticides. And then the early review we want to trigger for 3, as I already mentioned. So that's the situation for now. Now, some might say it's not a lot since June 2018, but it's already a beginning, and we know that several other assessments are in the pipeline and might come also to conclusions that the substances concerned are endocrine disruptors. To conclude on this one, I think you in particular here participating at this conference, you are certainly aware that the main challenges for you are the generation of the data, the costs, the time that it takes, the lab facilities available to do so, the expertise that you need in the companies to do the assessment in line with the guidance, and of course the same applies to the member states. For those, we have actually organized a set of training under DG Santé's Better Training for Safer Food program. 2 times training for member states, both in the pesticides and biocides area, to help them get familiar with the criteria and the guidance and the assessments. And also then the actual conclusion on that, on the data and whether the substance is an ED or not is still in the early days a challenge. ECHA is of course ready to help with that. There is the endocrine disruptor expert group available for consultation. And I'm sure we will hear a bit more about that in the next presentation and also the one from the member state perspective after that. Now, a few words on the bigger picture, endocrine disruptors. First of all, the Commission remains committed to foster research into the topic. Several calls under Horizon 2020 and also the future Horizon Europe will be available and are being used for further research on test methods, in particular on alternative methods. For one call under Horizon 2020, we have just recently completed the evaluation and the project is selected. And then on 7th November, the Commission adopted a communication on a comprehensive EU framework on endocrine disruptors, often also called the Endocrine Disruptor Strategy. And here, that communication, first of all, underlines that a lot has already happened in the last 20 years on this topic, but that obviously more is needed. And responding to this call for having horizontal criteria or horizontal treatment on endocrine disruptors across different legislations, the DGJRC is now conducting so-called cross-cutting fitness check, looking at a broad set of legislation on how they deal with endocrine disruptors, how do they identify substances that are endocrine disruptors, and what are the regulatory consequences once a substance is identified as an endocrine disruptor. Obviously, this fitness check is not coming out of nowhere. We already have quite some information from the REACH review, from the fitness check on chemicals legislation other than REACH, and my colleagues in the food contact materials unit are also just doing or have completed an evaluation of that legislation. So all of that will feed into this cross-cutting fitness check. The communication also reconfirms the Commission's intention to keep funding research in the area, fill knowledge gap, and develop methods. It also announced that every year there will be a forum on endocrine disruptors with all stakeholders. The first one will be on 8th of November this year. The registration is either still open or it has just concluded. And we expect high participation. It's organized by our colleagues in DG Environment. There's a commitment in the communication that the EU will work towards stepping up the international work, both in the OECD context, of course, but also in the GHS system for classification and labeling. We will launch a one-stop web portal with information on EDs on the Commission server. And member states are encouraged to develop specific information and educational campaigns on the topic. And that's it. I would like to thank you for your attention. Here you have links to websites with further information. And then obviously I will try to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus, for this very comprehensive overview of the status on endocrine disruptors, where we are, the regulatory context, etc. We have 2-3 minutes left for maybe 1 or 2 questions. So I would like first to see in this room whether there are any questions to Klaus. I don't see any hands raised right now. I would also remind you that we have the Slido open, slido.com, with the event code Biocides Day. Jutta, do we already have a question for Klaus there?
Yes, we do have quite many questions. The highest ranking question at the moment is how is it assumed to get data access for substances of concern for endocrine disruptor assessment?
Well, the usual principle applies. Of course, if a company would like to use them and submit them as part of their dossiers or part of their own assessment, they need to have the permit of the data owner. But obviously, we think that the authorities and ECHA, when looking at that, they can, of course, draw on whatever information is available via the REACH process, also from the REACH registration, which applies for all the co-formulants in particular.
One more question, Jutta, and then we go to the next speaker. Sorry, we have a speaker here from the room. Yeah.
Hi, Darren Abrahams from Steptoe and Johnson. The ED process has already taken some companies a little bit by surprise. Identification as an ED substance is not, of course, necessarily the end of the process. There's the famous Article 5.2, but at the moment we don't have any criteria for that, and so the companies perhaps risk being taken by surprise by that stage as well. In the ongoing work that you're doing, is there a chance that we'll have some articulated criteria for Article 5.2?
Well, companies always are surprised when I meet them, but which is sometimes surprising because the ED assessment has been on the horizon for many, many, many years, so nobody should be really too surprised. As to the derogation possibilities, I mean, the most experience we have is clearly so far from the rodenticides, where all of them, almost all of them are in that category, and in the end, all of them were again approved. Because it was concluded that the alternatives available are not better when looking at all the criteria that are specified in Article 5.2. So for the moment, we don't have any clear guidance on that yet. But I think when you look at the cases that went already through the process, and there are some other substances as well where we ran the public consultation, and in all cases so far, we actually concluded that no, the alternatives are not better in terms of risk profile and taking into account the economic consequences which are part of these criteria. So I have no general answer for that. It's really very much case by case. But until now, wherever it was done, the outcome has been we can still approve the substances with shorter periods, but they were still approved.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this. Thank you very much, Klaus, for this presentation and the questions. I would like to remind you that in the program we still foresee time for discussion after all the other speakers, so you can have another opportunity to come with your questions to any of the speakers of this session later. So now we move on to our colleague Sander van der Linden from ECHA, who will address the lessons learned regarding the endocrine disruptors assessment in biocides. Sander.
So good morning, everyone. I'd like to discuss with you a little bit about the lessons learned. So we've now the criteria in place for just over a year. Of course, we now get some experience. As Klaus was mentioning, it was important to get the first type of experience to see how the criteria are working, what are difficulties. So I just want to remind to the beginning, why do we actually want to assess endocrine disruptors? Because, I mean, since we're producing biocides, of course, we know the chemical substances can interfere with the functioning of an animal, of a system. And more and more evidence was about that it can also interfere with the endocrine system, so the chemical signaling system in the body. And this could lead potentially to negative effects on human health or animal health, on the ecosystem. And therefore, since in the biocidal regulations, we have the general statement that active substances can only be used if they're demonstrated that a specific use does not pose a risk to human or the environment. Finally, also there were criteria in place to assess the endocrine disrupting properties of substances that are used in a biocidal product. This, of course, did not come out of nowhere. As mentioned by Klaus, in 2012, the first time it was mentioned in the biocidal product regulations that, in principle, an endocrine disrupting substance should not be approved. However, there were no scientific criteria then, so there were some provisional, some interim criteria that looked at reproductive toxicity and whether there's toxicity in the endocrine organ, which would then be like a proxy for endocrine disrupting properties. But in 2017, the scientific criteria were published, and since then, since June 2018, these apply to all the active substances and the biocidal products they're going to be on the market. the difference, we frequently heard in the beginning also that people say, yeah, but is it really new, this endocrine disruptor? We're looking at the adversity, the same type of adversity we've been looking at for ages, which is true. Many of the adversity that we use now in the endocrine disrupting assessment is the same type of adversity. It's just that now you also need to look at the underlying mechanism, because when you observe the adversity, the question is this caused by disrupting of the endocrine system, or can I explain it as another way? And that's what makes it different from the previous assessment, and that's why we see people are struggling with the assessment so far. So reminder of the criteria. What is an endocrine disruptor? The endocrine disruptor definition in the regulation is taken from the WHO definition, and there are 3 key steps. So you need to have an adverse effect in an intact organism. It needs to be able to perturb the endocrine system, and the adversity that you see needs to be a consequence of the perturbation of the endocrine system. So when we look at the dossiers we've received also so far throughout the year, you've seen cases where there is adversity, but it's probably caused by a non-endocrine mode of action. What we also see is sometimes we see now the endocrine activity in the system, but it does not lead in the end to adversity, so you do not meet the criteria up to then. But it's important to both investigate adversity and endocrine activity, because you need to be able to link the two. If you have adversity, but you did not investigate the endocrine system perturbation, it's difficult to conclude that the adversity is not a consequence of an endocrine mode of action. So it's important to look at all the aspects of the criteria. As Klaus mentioned, the several dossiers are in different parts of the process, and in principle, dossiers that were submitted for peer review before September 2013, we have to come to a conclusion based on the existing data only. Existing data in this case still means look at the scientific literature, so not just the regulatory studies in the dossier already, but also look at the scientific literature, but we cannot request additional information. We need to come to a conclusion of what is available there. It might be that we can come to a conclusion that it's not an endocrine disruptor. It could also be that we could come to the conclusion that we actually cannot come to a conclusion in this case. And that we saw already happen in the past year, that the conclusion in the end was there is not sufficient information to actually conclude on the endocrine disrupting properties of a substance. For all the dossiers submitted after September 2013, the criteria apply, so there needs to be information to conclude. It's not sufficient to have a limited data set that does not allow you to conclude, but you stop and say, but there are no indications. You need to be able to conclude whether you meet the criteria or not. And that is something to keep in mind. This now includes, for the first time for the Biocides, a systematic literature review. So next to the dossiers, the studies that are already present in the dossier, you need to look into the scientific literature to see whether there are indications there that your substance or your product has the ability to perturb the endocrine system. And to investigate further, the national authority can require additional information before they can come to the conclusion. So it might require additional testing. And this additional testing might consist of tests that were not part of the data requirements when you submitted the dossier. To help all the member states and the applicants with this, we published a guidance. It was a joint guidance with EFSA and ECHA, because as mentioned, the criteria are more or less the same. The way we look at the data, we also wanted to keep the same, so we did not want to have any discrepancies between a conclusion for a pesticide if the same substance is also used as a biocide. The guidance is a technical guidance, so it talks about how to look at the data that is available, what type of data can be requested to further investigate certain things, and how to perform a mode of action analysis to see whether the data that you have in your dossier indicate it's not an endocrine disruptor or it is an endocrine disruptor. So the guidance is aimed at applicants and but also at the assessors of the competent authorities, because also we realized that also for them, for many people involved in the process, for all of them it's new. So any guidance given is really helpful. So the assessment strategy overall, so we're basing the assessment on the regulatory data that was already part of the dossier, so all the studies that are there, all the data was retrieved in the past, which is supplemented with scientific information from the public domain. So that's the scientific literature from the journals, but also what we provided in the guidance is a certain databases, certain sources like the EPA ToxFast program, where you look for additional information, and we describe in the guidance how you should use this information. The strategy itself focuses on specific informative endpoints. So we made a distinction between endpoints that come from regulatory toxicity tests that indicate a potential of endocrine disruption or the ones that are not informative. And then we explain how to consider the whole data package. So you should consider positive and negative data together. You should not focus on either the negative or the positive and run with it. You should look at everything combined, but also try to look at the human health and the environment together. For Biocides specifically, the environmental data package it's rather small, so you have to look at the human health data package to come to a conclusion. But also the other way around is true, that sometimes the environmental data provides better indications or stronger data than the human health data package. So it's good to look at everything in combination. So the route to the final decision is basically the same. You submit your dossier to the competent authority, it evaluates it, it submits it to ECHA. We check for the endocrine disruptors, basically we check whether a conclusion is present, because you need to come to a conclusion for both human health and for environment. So if one of them is missing, your dossier is in principle not complete. If it all passes, it goes to the working groups, and in the end, they will publish the BBC opinion. So the big question is there always, is there a clear conclusion on endocrine disrupting properties? And a clear conclusion means it does either meet the criteria or it does not meet the criteria. And clear conclusion is not, I do not have a lot of data, but there is no indication of endocrine disruption. You need to come to a conclusion. Since this is new to many of us involved, both from the regulatory side as from the applicant side, there's at ECHA, we have the option of the endocrine disrupting experts group. So cases where people are struggling with or have questions, they can submit it to the endocrine disrupting expert group, and this can be at different parts of the process. So this can be where there are indications and people are struggling, what would be a good test to follow up? Or it can be that people come to the conclusion that's an endocrine disruptor and they'd like to have scientific confirmation of this conclusion, whether the expert body agrees. So it can be in different parts of the process. And also what we see now in the last year, the biocides that have been discussed at the group really are in these different parts. It's at the beginning when more data is needed, so the discussion was on what is requested, and the discussion was, and we have seen cases where actually there was a clear conclusion and it was about discussing are there any other possibilities that would explain the adversity that we see in the regulatory tests. The expert group consists of 20 experts from 20 different member states, but there's also industry stakeholders being present, the public interest stakeholders, the European Commission is present in the group, and also EFSA is partner of the group in Switzerland. We've got several meetings a year, depending on the number of substances. Last year we had 3. For next year also we have foreseen 3 meetings, and these meetings can last 1 or 2 days, and then every member state is free to submit a substance where they have a question. When we do the assessment for the biocides, there's of course the 2 distinctions always. There's the active substances and the products. When we look at the active substances, we check whether there is an ED conclusion being present, if it's a clear one. Again, for human health and for the non-target organisms. And keep in mind that you always need a conclusion as long as you go for approval. If you go for approval and a conclusion is still needed, even if you already meet several other exclusion criteria. When we look at biocidal products, we no longer in the product assess the active substance because that's done in the car itself. But we do need to look at the non-active substances, so all the co-formulates in the products. So we need a conclusion or at least a check whether the co-formulants in a product have indications present in the literature whether it could be an endocrine disruptor or not. At the moment, there are no cutoffs. So even small concentrations in the product, still those products that are substances that have been identified, that are known to be present, need to be investigated. And ED indications might trigger further testing, as mentioned by Klaus. It could, for example, lead to additional testing on the REACH, because then it could be identified as a substance of concern. If it meets the ED criteria, the following consequences are there. So if it meets the criteria, in principle, it shall not be approved. Or if you still want to approve, if the several derogations could be applied, so there's negligible exposure, or maybe it's essential, and as Klaus mentioned, in some of the cases we've seen so far on the rodenticides, it could still be approved, but you meet the exclusion criteria. For the environment, it's slightly different. If you can show that it's an ED for non-target organisms, you don't not necessarily meet the exclusion criteria, but you meet the substitution criteria, and it could still be approved. However, still assessment needs to be performed. Keep in mind that if you look at the criteria, if some biocides work, the mechanism that is known, it works via the endocrine system. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to start doing an endocrine disrupting assessment if you already know that this is the designed mode of action. So in the criteria, there's some exceptions saying you don't need to do, you don't need to look at the same taxonomic phyla, but still in the end you need to come to a risk assessment. For the product, if a product contains a substance that is an ED, in principle the entire product becomes an ED. Of course, if it's the active substance that's present in all the products, then the entire product family becomes an ED. If it's a coformulant that is present only in part of the products, those products would be considered an ED. If it is an ED, in principle, it's not authorized for the general public, and a comparative assessment needs to be performed. So that's all more about how we work on this procedure. If we now look at this 1 year plus year experience at ECHA, at the ED expert group, we've discussed 16 biocidal active substances, which were 12 separate discussions. And as mentioned, these discussions were in different phases of the project. So it could be, there were cases where we really had little information because they were all dossiers, and it was about what would now be the best testing strategy to fill this gap. And it was the other side, like DBMPA that was mentioned, where actually the conclusion was proposed, and we sought confirmation in the ED expert group whether the expert there would agree that this could be classified as an endocrine disruptor. Also at the working group, we discussed several substances. We had 2 substances so far that meet the ED criteria. Both of them were because of effects on the thyroid. Also what we know from the pesticide, from EFSA, is also where they have come to a conclusion so far of ED properties. It's mostly on the thyroid effect. We have 4 substances that require more data. So basically, the ECHA went back to the applicant and requested additional data to fill data gaps that are present before they can come to a conclusion. We had 1 assessment that was backlog. So there was a huge data set, but it was not complete. There were still some data gaps, but so far the data package that was there did not show any indications of endocrine disruption, so that will be part of the conclusion for the BPC. And we had 1 case where we potentially waived the assessment because of negligible exposure. We had 7 products discussed at the working group, and it's important to note out that it's really important to keep looking at your non-active substances. We have seen dossiers where the conclusion in the dossier said that the non-active substances contain no indications of ED, but when you actually check the substances, some of them were on the CORAP list, so on the Community Rolling Action Plan, because of ED concerns. Some of them were still under investigation. So it's always good to check, are my substances registered somewhere as an ED? And also now at the coordination group this year, it was accepted a general procedure how to do this. Which are the locations to check whether my coformulants have indications of ED? Overall, what is going really well? I think what is going really well is that most of the assessment we've seen so far really followed the guidance. The assessment of the active substances followed the guidance, and also what we see now for the products is that people try to follow now the guidance that was adopted at CG level, how to look at the coformulants, where to look. So people really put in a lot of effort to come to a good assessment. This, of course, leads to additional annexes, so it's a lot of additional work. It's a lot of additional literature search, is a big report. The assessment of the data just for ED purposes, a lot of extra work. But the assessments received so far are mostly really clear. They also take all the data into the consideration, not just the negative and the positive data, but all combined, although they could have looked a bit more between the human health and environment. The assessment also so far very transparent. We've seen cases that it was nicely done that even the applicant in its assessment report already pointed out, this is the data pointing towards ED, this is the endpoint that I'm missing, because I used old test guidelines, for example, which is really helpful because then you know immediately what is there, but also what you are missing. And the effects were grouped in the way that we recommended according to the guidance. And therefore, most of the reports so far really allow you to follow from the beginning of the data, the conclusion that you have in the end in your report. Of course, there's also room for improvement. A clear room for improvement should be the assessment of human health and non-target organisms, where we see clear differences. It's understandable that you see differences because, of course, the data sets are different in the dossier. But what we also see is that, for example, the literature search that is performed for human health and for non-target organisms differ in the results that they retrieve. Of course, maybe there are different people involved and there are different keywords used, but we've seen cases there where the non-target organism data package retrieved from the scientific literature contained data done on rat measuring hormones that were not included in the human health data package, which should clearly be there. Also with the level 2 data, we've seen assessment so far that under the non-target organisms, there was a big section on level 2 data, so in vitro data, looking at data from toxcards and from scientific literature, where the human health section said there was no level 2 data available and therefore did not discuss it. So clearly this was a mismatch in that dossier between the human health and the non-target organism sections. And we really want to promote this holistic evaluation. So look beyond your own data set and also check whether the other one have identified relevant information that maybe you have missed. So both for a non-target organism, check the human health, but also human health, check your non-target organism data set. We see also that people are struggling with the assessments in the in vitro data set. So when you investigate the endocrine activity, now there's a lot of data from the literature and from the toxcards that the people are not used to looking at. And we see that people struggle with this, that they misidentify relevant assays, that they look at controls and they mistake them for being the responsive assays. So also in the trainings that we are providing to the member states, and the next one will be in November, we will put a lot more emphasis on this to help the member states experts also to identify which assays are really important, which are informative, and which are controls that you should look at when you interpret the data. One part is not sufficiently addressed in the assessment so far is the uncertainties, because some of the study designs, due to the study design of, for example, using only 4 animals, there are big uncertainties in the analysis of the hormones, for example. And people sometimes focus on the non-statistical significance without keeping in mind that to see this significant effect, maybe you need to see a 2-fold increase, which is very unrealistic if you have only a minor perturbation of the system. So this is important to keep in mind when you do the weight of evidence approach. And then also the last thing is we still see data gaps that prevent you from concluding of the ED properties. If your dossier does not contain sufficient information to come to a conclusion, and sometimes that's acknowledged in the dossier, actually we did not have this and we do not have this, you cannot conclude in the end that it's not an endocrine disruptor. You cannot conclude that you do not meet the endocrine criteria. So keep in mind, you need to have sufficient information to conclude. Which is the basis of recommendations. When you do the assessment, read thoroughly the guidance and start working based on its advice, because it will make your life easier and it will also make the ECA's life easier when they evaluate the dossier. And critically evaluate the data that you have. Is it really sufficient to come to a conclusion? And we are aware it takes a lot of resources to do the assessment, but you need to have a sound conclusion in the end and start planning ahead, because we know that the CROs are really busy with the additional requests that they have so far for the additional data that is now required. So that's the top tip in the end is start working now, because you might need additional time to produce the data that was not required when you started on the dossier, but is now required to come to a sound conclusion on the ED properties of your substance. And with that, that's it.
Thank you very much, Sander, for this presentation on the assessment. Some takeaway messages: use the guidance, make sure that you have all the data required, and start in time with the assessment. That's very important. We have time for some questions. Anybody who would like to come forward? Cannot imagine that on a subject like this there are no questions. I would have a lot, but
Maybe Slido.
maybe Slido. Jutta.
Okay. What impact does it have on REACH process if a concern is raised for a co-formulant under the BPR? Responsibilities with a question mark?
Maybe I don't know whether Klaus wants to. Yeah.
Well, my take on this is that this depends on the member state. I mean, if they realize that one of the co-formulants might be an endocrine disruptor, they can trigger and that was the discussion that I mentioned earlier, they would trigger the processes under REACH, which can be either directly SVHC identification under Articles 57, 59, or indeed first a substance evaluation to request more data under REACH, which would then be assessed, leading eventually and possibly to an SVHC identification.
What I would like to add to that also is that, of course, people can put it to the REACH colleague. They can put it on the co-rep list, but again, they have the problem that this is a prioritization exercise because you need member states to take up the substance from that list. So in the end, it might not directly lead to further evaluation, but then probably it depends on how strong the indications are, whether it will move up in this priority or more down in the priority list.
Any further questions? Yeah. Please, when you come to the microphone, please state your name and where you come from.
Yes, Dragan Jevtic from Syngenta. So this will be a bit of an overlap between pesticides and biocides. So I have quite a few technical questions, so I'm not sure what can be addressed now. But you mentioned, what I found interesting, the holistic approach and looking at human health and the environment together and picking up indications from one data set for another. But then there was more experience so far under PPPR than BPR for the assessment. And what we've seen is that this works when you have indications of an effect, but it doesn't really work when you want to show that when you have, for example, no indication in the human health data set, there is no way to transfer that to the environmental data set. So the concern here is, are we doing enough really to avoid animal testing? Because the other things we've seen is that there is a push to do conceptual level 3 studies, even before waiting for the outcome of the level 2. Then we had challenges with ToxCast, in our opinion, not being utilized enough. So the first concern is it really enough being done to avoid animal testing, or is this a tick box approach to prove a negative?
On the first bit, on the data package itself, you're right, and it also depends on BPR or PPPR. And on the PPPR, the non-target organism data package is usually larger, so there's more data available. While under the BPR, if you see the adverse effect and you're worried about non-target organisms, most indications will come from either the literature or from the animal data package that is listed on human health. What we mentioned also on the emphasis on if we look at the discussions we had so far in the last year, for example, we saw on the human health there were discussions on whether the effect was observed in one species or two species, whether it was just a rodent or also in the dog. While in the environment, in the non-target organism data package, you saw the exact same effect in fish, which was not considered in the entire discussion. But actually, if you look at the broader picture, you would have noticed this. I think when about translating from one to the other, it's always difficult, and especially if you look at the adversity. Once you have the adversity, you're so downstream in an AOP type of framework that you're so looking downstream at biological effects, it's difficult to translate. But it becomes a different story where you start having level 2 information that would explain the adversity. If you know that your level 2 is looking at an effect that is very conserved between species, you might have a better indication of what to expect on non-target organisms. And also, if you think about limiting animal testing, you might come to a much better choice of the follow-up test that you might need to do for the non-target organisms. If you know from level 2 data that you have a concern for a specific thyroid mechanism, for example, then you know that whatever follow-up test you're going to do from a non-target organism should really investigate this further, other than blindly tick box approach, do all the pathways. So we really think that it should be done more and better, because we do see that people miss certain aspects. Regarding the ToxCast or the in vitro, I think in general, yes, I think it should be used maybe more, but we see that people are really struggling with the interpretation. So we've seen people that the assessment that looked at positive responses that turned out to be the cytotoxicity in vitro, and not so much the specific assays that would be responding. And they're struggling to see this, differences between different types of assays that are in the ToxCast data that are present. So also there, for the trainings that we did in February this year, and we'll do another one in November this year, we really want to also help the member state experts in interpreting their data, so to use the data package that is already there as efficient as possible to avoid any unnecessary additional testing.
And because for talks we have seen quite different interpretations when it comes to androgen activity models that seem to be more accepted by the member states than the androgen activity model. So there is quite a lot here still to
and there's a lot here to learn, I think, from all parties, both from ECHA side, member state side, and also the applicants. That's the problem with many of the tests that are now going to be put in place. They haven't been in the dossiers at all. And also some of the tests that are going to be used in the end for the evidence are non-test guideline studies. So people struggle with how reliable are these studies and how should I interpret this positive response. And I think that's a struggle we all have, and that we can only resolve by experience.
Thank you.
Thank you for this, and as I said, we will have time later after the session still to have some further discussion. Right now, I would like to move to the next speaker, so thank you very much, Sander. And the next speaker is from the Austrian Umweltbundesamt, Christine Hölzl. Welcome, and she will tell us about some practical tips also on endocrine disruptors assessment.
Yes, good morning. I have to say that I stepped in to have this talk very quickly because my colleague Ingrid Hautzenberger, she's also working in the biocide area, had unfortunately and unexpected quit her travel here, but I hope that I can bring to you some of our experience made so far assessing endocrine disrupting properties. I'm working in the area of biocide and reach as a human toxicologist at the Environmental Agency Austria, and we are contracted by the Austrian CA. So I have here the basic principle once again, probably highlighted of the basic strategy of the ED guidance. Which consists of 5 steps, and of some of these aspects I will go to more in detail. So the first step of all is to gather all relevant information. Not only the regulatory data package needs to be considered, but all relevant information. The second step is that you assemble the line of evidence based on ERTS modalities, and then you analyze your lines of evidence. You might then come up that the endocrine activity or the endocrine adversity is not enough tested, so you might ask for further information, or you might already come to a conclusion when you have enough data and you find that there is no effects. You might already conclude that the ED criteria are not met. If there are some, in the case there are some effects of observed an endocrine activity or endocrine adversity, then a mode of action analysis has to be performed. And in this step, again, you might be in the situation that you might need further data. So this strategy is in depth depicted in the guidance. I don't want to put too much detail on the individual scenarios, how you might come up in your decision tree, but I want to highlight some practical aspects. So first of all, we have seen a lot of literature reviews, systematic literature reviews, and we noticed that the level of detail is very different between the applications. So what is important is that it's said that you at least should consult more than 2 databases. There is not a database in the guidance set which you have to use, but you should select and justify the selection of the information source, and Web of Science, PubMed, Scopus, there are several databases you can conduct. So it's said in the guidance also that you can make a single concept or a targeted literature search. What is meant by that? You can put in the name of the bioactive substance, then you have probably all information which is in the database. But several weeks ago I was searching for a bioactive substance in PubMed and I retrieved 30,000 hits. So it makes no sense that I go through every title and abstract. This would be too time consuming, and then you can also make a targeted literature search. So you give in your substance name and in combination with some reasonable choose search items, which might be hazard or related to ED endpoints. Important is that you in advance, define the search strategy. So you should define which terms you will use in your search and also what are your inclusion and exclusion criteria of the hits you retrieve. Regarding the search terms, there is also, you should also not only the name and case number, but also synonyms, and you can also insert lab codes or trivial names. And also the ET endpoints related. It depends how you want to narrow down your search. The selection of articles, once you have retrieved your hits, you can, based on the headings or on the abstracts, select or deselect the articles you want to further consider in your essay. And there should be acceptance criteria and rejection criteria defined. Maybe you find the substance is, there is only a mixture testing and the substance is inside the mixture. You might say, well, then you cannot have too much information out of this, so you reject because based that the substance is only in the mixture. This is an example. Or you said, well, the data have been already in your regulatory data package. Then you might say, well, this is also confirmatory data, and you don't need to consider the whole report. What is very important is that you document the systematic literature review in a very transparent way. It means when a second person wants to follow this search strategy, it should be possible to retrieve the same hits, the same articles, the same information, which is then included in your assessment. So I think systemic and transparent is very important. It's very important to perform this literature research based on this criteria. And I want to mention that there is in the guidance, also in Appendix F, an example given how to define the search strategy. So in vitro data are very valuable for the mode of action analysis, that you can see what is happening on the cellular basis. And so it's important to consider all the in vitro data. It's a very dynamic field, so there is a lot of efforts going on to develop test guidelines. And also the DocCast data are regularly updated, and there are improvements made. So I think it's important, doing assessment, you should always consider the newest developments also in the in vitro, area. We might all know that there are only a few test guidelines at the OECD level already adapted or available, but there are also guidance how to interpret or how to make a robust in vitro study. So there are some guidances on that. So for example, I want highlight the example, which is an EU initiative. There are also some work ongoing to make improvements on the alternative methods related to the detection of thyroid hormone disruption. So data gathering, I think our experience is that the key is really an Excel sheet where you put in all the data you have found related to ED. And you should then align your evidence based on these different, if it's in vivo mechanistic, in vitro mechanistic, EATS mediated, sensitive to but not diagnostic to EATS. We think that it's important to also highlight the findings where it's just sensitive but not diagnostic for ERTS. And so you really need, when doing the ED assessment, go into the original reports. You need really to look again in the original reports, and because there might be some findings which are negative but not in the study summaries. So this also, the negative findings should be reported so that you have on the table everything which is related to endocrine disruption. What is also important to have in the Excel sheet to report also the body weight difference or organ weight changes, so the general toxicity pattern is also important so that you can, if needed, make a comparison to ERTS-mediated effects. Then it's also to report life stages and sexes if relevant. There might be, we have now heard that there might be, especially for neurotoxic issues, differences in sexes. So it's always, if there have something reported, that there are differences in males or females, this should be highlighted. So it was said already that it's very important to follow the guidance, and it might be that you have no adverse effect found and no endocrine activity, but nevertheless you cannot conclude yet on the ED criteria. So you should really, a key is to question, are all parameters determined in your data package or in the available literature, and these possible data gaps should be identified. In some cases there might be waiving possibilities, and there should be the CR consulted, and also if you need to go for further data, for further analysis, the competent authorities can be consulted. So this is here one of the main questions after the data gathering. I've mentioned it, is the question if all parameters are sufficiently investigated, and whether you come to the conclusion yes or no. You will come up in different scenarios. These are very well described in the guidance. And as I already mentioned, you might come to the scenario 2A3, which means that there is further data needed for the ED assessment. So if, for example, you have no adversity or no endocrine activity, but there is not sufficient information, we currently recommend to start with in vitro tests, and only if needed that you follow up with in vivo tests. For example, level 3 autotrophic or Hirschberger. I already said this, that you also, if the database is not complete, there might be waiving possibilities, but this, however, really have to be scientifically based and robust. I want to demonstrate you an example. We have here thyroid, adversity on the thyroid. there have been histopathological changes found in your repeated toxicity studies, but there is no classification for STOT-RE. This might be that sometimes the classification, it might be that the classification limits are also not reached, that you find it below the limit of classification for STOT-RE. Nevertheless, you should consider what might be the mode of action behind. And you also can consult the toxicokinetic information. It's very recommended to look also in the toxicokinetic data, and of course species differences, and it might be, and you should also not dismiss rat-specific data without experimental proof of non-relevance to humans. So rat data, if they are showing any adverse effect, you should consider, of course. The mode of action analysis, I think it's a key in the whole assessment, and it's probably the most complex one. I mentioned already that the mode of action analysis can be carried only out if there is an endocrine adversity observed or an endocrine activity. And we noticed that the level of detail might depend how the mode of action analysis is performed, might depend on the method. There is recommended to use the IBSS WHO framework, which probably is again to highlight all the steps, very time consuming, but there are several methods how you can perform this mode of action analysis. When you say, well, we have an adverse effect, but we don't see that the mode of action is can be already declared or can be already defined, and further information is needed, then you also might go, in the case of mode of action analysis, you might need more data. It's very important to assess every possible mode of action, so there might be different mode of action leading to an effect, and you are beginning with where the lines of evidence are the most conclusive or the most strong ones, and it might be very complex because there can be also crosstalks. So it's also indicated in the guidance if you have an adverse effect, but you not really can say if it's E, A, or S. You probably can also identify this as an ED, although it's not very clear attributed to only one modality. If you find that there is an alternative non-endocrine mode of action, then you need to. It's very important to make a comparative mode of action analysis, that you really can show that this adversity observed, which might be EATS mediated, based on the guidance, is not related to an endocrine activity effect. Sometimes it might be also useful to make graphical presentations. For example, you have effects on the liver, and this might be leading in further course to thyroid effects. You might present when in a dose and time concordance way when the liver effects have occurred and when the thyroid effect. So sometimes a graphical presentation of the whole data package is useful. The uncertainties needs to be addressed, and it's important that if you see that there is in the way of evidence analysis that you see that one is mediated, it also leads to already leads to inclusion on ED criteria, then the ED assessment can stop. So I think I'm running out of time a little bit, and I really want to go also for the products. So I skipped the environment slide. ED assessments of the biocidal products. I don't know if it has been already mentioned that there has been a TA paper agreed. So the co-formulants needs to be considered in the ED assessments of the biocidal products, and it's up to the evaluating bodies to decide in which direction or to do further additional information is needed. And there has been now a guidance from the UK, which has been agreed in the coordination group which is a document for the applicants how to assess co-formulants in the biocidal product. So you should reach various different information sources. You should check EU decisions under REACH, so the co-formulant might have undergone a substance evaluation. Maybe there is also already a SVHD identification. So the conclusions of the substance evaluation can be considered, or other regulatory frameworks should be considered. You can exclude that ED properties are expected if it's defined as food under Article 2 of the General Food Law regulation, and you should look at various sources if there is ID properties, for example, the DocsCast data, which are now integrated in CompDocs, or the classification. And what is also proposed is to make a literature research. Here is how this is the reporting template which is proposed in this paper, that you give the substance name and the CAS number, the classification, and all the sources you have considered. And the literature search is, you should probably not make it such extensive as for an active substance, but at least the last 2 years should be considered. And specific search terms are recommended in this paper. And if you come to the conclusion that a substance has ED properties, or not, you should really summarize these findings and on which basis the co-formulants are considered to have or have not ED properties. And it's said in this paper that when their ED properties are identified, it should be considered as substance of concern. I want to mention at this stage also that this is an instruction and a guidance, and this paper is not legally binding. The conclusions we have drawn so far on our first experiences with ED assessments. We think that the Excel spreadsheet is, in general, the information gathering is a key. So to have all the information on your table is, of course, a key for the assessment. For the mode of action analysis, you should check all possible hypotheses. If there is other lead toxicity other than ED, then a comparative mode of action assessment is required. Uncertainties needs to be reported, and co-formulants are assessed for indications of ED properties. So in this also the co-formulants needs to be addressed, and information sources are various in the guidance, so it's useful to use them. And the Also, other evaluations by international authorities and bodies should be considered. And if new data are required for your ED assessment, you should consult with the competent authority. So I want to thank on this stage Ingrid Hautzenberger, who prepared these slides, and this is our building in Vienna, and yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine, and also, of course, Ingrid for helping in this, preparing this presentation. So we have, before we go into the discussion with all the members of this panel, we have a bit of time still to have any specific questions to Ingrid, to Christine following this presentation. Does anybody have any questions to Christine? Does not seem to be the case. Then, Christine, I would invite you to join us here at the table. And I directly open the floor for any questions you might have to any of these panel members on endocrine disruptors, the assessments, and the whole process. The floor is yours.
Yep.
Your name and company, please.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Sender from consultancy Ramböll. I have a question, maybe primarily addressed to Klaus. In the Biocides, there is a discrepancy between the core data requirements for non-target organisms and the need for deeply evaluating endocrine disrupting effects. To make this concrete, if your risk assessment gets away with concluding no significant risk with just acute aquatic toxicity tests, then you're not required to go further into long-term toxicity testing. I understand that annexes 2 and 3 will be revised. So my question is, what can we expect? Will long-term ecotoxicity tests be a core data requirement in the future, or will this remain as is currently?
Yeah, indeed, that was my answer. The data requirements are going to be amended. Now, I'm sorry, but I do not remember precisely whether the ones that you now specifically asked about will become core data. Evidently, more will become core data requirements than before. My colleagues are listening, and if they have a chance to check this in the current draft, then I'll get back to you. Otherwise, you will see it when we publish the draft regulation. But clearly, there will be changes. So things that were additional, some will become core data requirements.
Thank you, Klaus. And if we have any more information, we will come back to you on this. Yeah. Yes, we have another question there. Yeah.
As far as I understand,
your name and
my name is
affiliation.
Hafida Bentala from Troy Chemical Company. As far as I understand, the criteria are still being there's still being knowledge developed for the ED assessment criteria, and yet we are supposed to reach a clear conclusion for the actives. So my question would be, would in the end ECHA not go for the principle of precaution, yes, and judge that the active is an ED concludes for the ED criteria while there's no clear answer scientifically. So, could you say something about that?
You can go first, I can also compliment them afterwards if you want.
I'd like to first to come to the. You're right, of course, that there's still knowledge being developed, and if you look at the criteria itself, the criteria do not specifically state which modalities you need to investigate. It just mentioned endocrine disruption in general, and then when you start to look now at the guidance that we provided, it specifically talks about 4 modalities only, so estrogens, androgen, thyroid, and steroidogenesis. We also made very clear in the guidance, at least, that we limit ourselves to these modalities because that's where we have test guidelines available. And as you said, knowledge is being developed. Klaus already mentioned several ED research projects ongoing, and it might be that the outcome of some of those research projects is additional tests, additional modalities that we would classify as endocrine disruption, and that might lead to additional testing. But of course, you can only test for which you have clear test guidelines available and for which you have a consensus on the interpretation of the data, which is why in the guidance itself at the moment we limit ourselves to the EAT and S. Doesn't rule out that in the future maybe additional modalities might need to be investigated.
Yeah, and then indeed, in case of doubt, you mentioned it yourself with my assistance, precaution comes into play. So when we discussed with our colleagues in the legal service about the various guidance documents that were agreed in the context of the CA meeting, it is quite clear that the regulation requires that it's somehow necessary to exclude that a substance has endocrine disrupting properties. And if there are indications, even though it's not 100% clear that it might, then we would probably be going for erring on the side of caution, which of course, A, doesn't mean that the substance will be automatically banned, as we can look at the derogation possibilities, and B, you can always come back with additional data at a later point. I mean, that's one of the recurring discussions that we're having with companies also on the pesticide side, where the outcome of the assessment is negative, leading to non-approval or restrictions of approval. You can come back if you have further data and can resubmit that. You can always apply for amending the approval conditions or for getting a substance that was not approved approved again.
Any further questions here from the room, from the floor? Yeah.
Darren Abraham, Steptoe and Johnson. Just wanted to talk about data generation and whether the approach to data generation is even-handed. So I think one of the clear themes of the presentations that we heard this morning is that the absence of data doesn't allow you to quickly conclude that there are no ED properties. And so that pushes you to go on and generate perhaps, or extract anyway, further data towards the direction, it seems perhaps, that we have an ED. In contrast, when you start the process and there seem to be initial indications that we do have an ED, that would seem to close down the willingness for further generation to disprove what seems to be initially indicated. That seems like an asynchronous approach to allowing companies to generate data to take us to a reliable conclusion. So tell me where I've misunderstood or how you plan to address that so that there's an even-handed approach.
I think when you look at the guidance, where we try to put things as practical as possible, the question in the end is: are there any indications of ED that would warrant further investigation of my substance? I think when you look at the data set and you have indications of ED, like you say, if you do not have any additional data that shows that the adversity that you observe is by another mode of action, it's very difficult to conclude that it's not an endocrine disruptor. But also the other thing is true. If you have indications of that it have some indication of perturbation of the endocrine system, but you lack any of the endpoints that would allow you to conclude whether this would translate to the entire animal, you cannot conclude that you do already meet the endocrine criteria. It just allows you to conclude that maybe there is a reason for concern and I need additional testing. At least the way we put it in the guidance is that we at least want to limit testing as much as possible, especially on animals. So we want to start with the in vitros and the in vivos. And as mentioned before by the person from Syngenta, sometimes time-wise, it's not logistically possible to do this maybe. There's a differences between the pesticides and the biocide regulation. But at least we want to limit as much as possible. But as you, I think, clearly rightly stated, is that if you do not have any information on whether something is happening, it's impossible to come to a conclusion on whether actually you're meeting the criteria or not, whether that is an imbalance. So you mentioned that this seems to close off the ability of companies to disprove actually mode of action. And I think no, but it shows you need to investigate further. I mean, it might still be true that you have, if your initial dossier study already gives rise of concern for ED properties, for example. And actually, when you start further investigating, you can show that's actually of secondary, it's a secondary response to something that is happening that would not be classified as endocrine disruptor. It still allows you to go forward and then postulate an alternative mode of action that is a more likely explanation than an endocrine mode of action in this case. And for that, you need to do the comparative analysis. So it would allow you to generate further data to show, to disprove in this case, that it is actually an endocrine mode of action, which probably for thyroid activity would be a very common thing. But I think for things like estrogenic activity would be more difficult.
Any further questions? Let's see what we have on Slido, Jutta.
Okay. We seem to have quite many comments or questions around this following question. Is there any publicly available list of substances, co-formulants, that are considered as endocrine disruptor? Can ECHA establish such a list?
At the moment, the list does not exist. The discussions are still ongoing also at the coordination group, but what we have now at least in place is a place where the CA document still mentions you should need to look at available data. It's the CG document that is now in place that tells you what does it constitute available data, where do I need to look. Discussions are still ongoing with member states whether it's desirable to have such a list in place and how would be the proper implementation.
Yes. Okay, that one works better. So, yeah, I guess most of you know me. I'm Hugues Kenigswald. I'm the head of a biocidal products unit in ECHA. Well, on this point, I would like to also provide complementary answer to what Sander mentioned. I think it's important to have in mind that if we talk about establishing lists, an authoritative list of substances which are endocrine disruptors here, if it's a biocidal active substance, that's under the BPR. If it's a co-formulant, the regulatory regime that applies is REACH. So therefore, if it would have to be established under REACH, and apart from that, we should not have any kind of list. So therefore, I refer you to the substances which are identified as having endocrine disrupting properties among the substances of very high concern.
Anybody in the room still have further questions on endocrine disruptors? No? Anything still from Slido? Is it possible, by the way, from Slido also to identify who put the question, or?
The person asking can indicate their name, but
Okay.
not.
Anyway.
It's not a must.
If it is known, then it would be good to hear.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Is there anything there?
Yes, we have plenty of questions. So when a biocidal product dossier is submitted, there is no room to change co-formulants. A list of co-formulants that can allow companies to select no toxic co-formulants. Is industry in the mind of authorities as well of human environmental health?
Could you repeat the question?
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I can try to interpret this. So it's basically, in a sense, is more for competent authority here. So when a biocidal product dossier is submitted with its own list of coformulant, it seems that it's not possible to change a list of coformulant to allow company to select more non-toxic coformulants. So at the end, the question is it industry in the mind of the competent authority as well as environment and human health?
Yes, once again, look at you. You mean that you are not in the position to change co-formulants during the biocide?
Well, for the follow-up of the question, we should identify who placed the question in the first place, but it's unfortunately anonymous. But yes, apparently once the list of coformulants is submitted, then there is no space for changing it. Which is it? First of all, is it so strict, or is it true, or that can be changed to allow more non-toxic coformulants?
Yes. Up to now, yes, in my biocidal products, which I've evaluated, an identified ED, like under REACH. There was not yet in my products an identified ED. There were substances which which looking more in depth to the toxic data have ID properties. And then we really look again how evident or what is the basis to have you a concern which is really very a high concern, and it's really a high concern and it's a high concentration in the product, then probably I would go also to talk with my REACH colleagues if this is the possibility. So far we don't need it to change formulation, but maybe there is another experiences here in the room if it has indeed to be changed during the process.
Yeah, but I mean, I would opine that this is not particularly linked to ED. I mean, if during a product assessment the outcome is negative due to any co-formulant, applicants can always withdraw and come back with a new application with a modified formulation if they are able to do that, to avoid restrictions or to avoid any conditions being placed on the use of the product. So this is not particularly ED specific. And by the way, I got the answer to the question from the first gentleman. A long-term test on fish, for example, will remain ADS, so it depends on whether there are indications, a bit following the logic that we discussed earlier, to be discussed then during the, or first of all evaluated by the company when submitting the dossier, whether it's opportune to submit it, and then later by either ECHA or member states, whether there's a need to ask for these additional data. So not everything will become core data.
Okay. Opportunity for the last question, either from this room or anybody? If not, okay, last question from Slido.
Okay, I think we'll pick up this one. Will there be any type of practical training done on EDs for industry to prepare us for submitting draft product assessments to member states?
There are plenty of conference organizers and scientific consultancies that offer such training. We have, as I mentioned, planned such training for authorities, but not for companies, actually.
I'd just like to acknowledge that. So we've been involved in a training for member state experts. So there was one earlier this year, and there will be one later this year in November. Also, of course, when at scientific conferences, sometimes there are training opportunities, and EFSA and ECHA are regularly involved in those type of things as well. And I think that's free to everybody attending the conference.
Good. So with that, I would like to close this session. I would like to thank very much the speakers of this morning. So give them a hand. We will now have a coffee break until 11:30, and then I see you back for the second session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Please take your seats. We would like to start with the second session on the review program. And as you have seen in the title, this is called Revitalizing the Review Program. I'm really looking forward to discuss with you how we can revitalize the active substances review program. Really think this is very important. As Bjorn already mentioned, this is a priority for ECHA as a whole, but certainly a priority for my directorate to see where we can support the member states to make progress with the active substances dossiers and get this work up to speed again, like it was a few years ago, going much better. There's a big delay, we already have mentioned that, and I really feel that we need to raise the priorities, also have more political attention to this in the member states and give more priority to this work in the member states to get this going. So as I said, I am very much looking forward to the discussion and the presentations on the subject. And the first speaker who will tell us where we are is our special guest star of today, Klaus Berend, who will speak again, but now on the review program. Klaus, please go ahead.
Thank you, Peter. But I think you know even better than we do where all the dossiers are in this. Huh? So, where are my slides? I just paste. Okay, good. So, what I will try to do in this talk is a bit indeed talk about the somewhat dire state of play of the review program. Explain a little bit why we as a Commission also think that this is a big concern, and then what actions have been taken to improve the situation, and further details, of course, will then come in the next talks. And somehow, I mean, in my unit in DG SANTE, I have the we have the responsibility for the biocidal products regulation and for the biocidal products regulation. And I always say when I'm asked that biocides are somehow the second child, the one that is not so much in the limelight, because there's so much attention, particularly at political level in the parliament and the media, on pesticides, that biocides are often a bit in the shadow of that. But personally, I would say that's actually good, because you can do the work. But on the other hand, this second child reminds me a lot of a famous novel in Germany from Günter Grass. The German title is Die Blechtrommel, and in English it's The Tin Drum, where the main character at a certain point decides to stop growing, stops growing up and always remains a child. And that is a little bit what the review program is doing at the moment. It just refuses to grow up and mature. We have now in 2019, and this slide you see it per priority list, the situation that for none of them actually the work is really complete. Priority lists meaning there's the combinations of substances and product types. Overall, we only have the work done for about a third of the combinations, product types, active substances. I mean, in my first presentation, you saw that if you only look at active substances, it's a bit more than just a third. So hopefully the follow-up for the other product types can be faster. But still, it's a dire situation. Here you have it per product type, where for some product types the work is indeed completed or almost completed, but for many others not very much has been done at all. And in addition, we have the complication that for PT8, for example, and 18 and 21, the renewals are already starting. So we have a situation where some substances are already in renewal, while some others have not even been evaluated completely for the first time. And that is obviously really not satisfactory. Now, who are the culprits? And here, I mean, with all due respect to our member states colleagues, the culprits are there primarily because they don't deliver to ECHA the assessment reports for further processing in peer review, and then afterwards to us for decision making. And again, the situation is quite uneven. We have, I would say, what's our star pupils, Ireland and Latvia. I mean, Latvia didn't have so many, but Ireland, I think, is probably the shining example for having delivered already everything that they should have delivered. Whereas some others are completely red, meaning they have nothing delivered yet, and many others are somewhere in between. And of course, another concern in this is Brexit, as the UK had a considerable share of the dossiers, but decided to give priority to new active substances, so they also somehow neglected a little bit the review program. And then now with the Brexit looming, still looming, hopefully long looming, but still looming, we have already redistributed the substances from the review program from the UK to the others. So in addition to the delays and the backlog that they already have, they got more work from the dossiers on which the UK had worked. Another factor, of course, that contributed to the delays are the possibility that was given to redefine the in situ generated substances that led to multiplication again of dossiers, and that obviously creates also additional work for the member states. Still, overall, the ones who have delivered actually have shown that it's possible, and I do hope that the others who haven't feel inspired and motivated to catch up. Looking back at the overall timeline, the work started in earnest 15 years ago. So after the adoption of the BPD in '98, we had really the start of the review program in 2004. And then when the BPR came into being, we had this possibility of the redefinition of the in situ generated ones. And the Commission then realistically at some point said, okay, it will not be completed, the program as it was originally foreseen, 2014. So we extended it by 10 years, which means altogether we are looking at 20 years. That is really a generation. And 10 years more than what was originally expected when the BPD was adopted in 1998. And if we don't succeed to get this through by 2024, it would really be a massive failure for everybody involved. And that is something that we, as the Commission at least, are keen to avoid. An occasion to take stock of all of this and also look at the perspectives will be in 2021, when the Commission has to present a report on the implementation of the BPR to Council and Parliament, which will be based on the reports that we get from the Member States in 2020. So that will be a moment where the question of where do we stand and what are the perspectives will certainly play a prominent role. Peter already mentioned that there was an uptick in 2015, 2016 when we got quite a considerable number of decisions through the process. So member states delivered, the BPC delivered, we delivered. You have the curves here on this slide. But since then there has been a dramatic drop. In particular for the delivery of reports from the member states to the BPC to start the peer review process. Part of that is, of course, due now to the need also to take into account and assess the ED properties, but that's only a part. Also, without that, the situation would not be much better. So we had at some point in those years said we need around 50 dossiers to go through the process per year to make it to 2024. Now with the further delays, we would actually need more than 80 to go through the process every year to still make the deadline by 2024. Now, that's the tall order, but obviously it's not impossible. And as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is also a way. Now, why are we so much concerned about all of this? And I mean, Bjorn and Peter already commented on that in the introductory remarks this morning. Obviously, the expected high level of safety can only be achieved when the assessments are really done. Then from your perspective as companies, of course, the biggest concern is the unlevel playing field. The ones that are already fully in the system have different costs and burdens than those who are not. For the member states, of course, also the longer they take, the more complex it gets to complete their evaluations, as there are the updates on various guidance documents that need to be taken into account. And also later on, many member states are planning their resources for the product authorization as a function of the approvals of active substances. And when there are delays in the approvals of active substances, they also have then trouble in justifying resources or even getting them or keeping them for the product authorization stage. And I already mentioned that we are at a time frame of 20 years, which is, I mean, when REACH was adopted, that was also the idea that it's a generation project, and REACH is about many thousand substances, whereas we are looking at only a couple of hundred in the BPR. So we started in 2015 together with ECHA to look into this and say what can be done in order to accelerate the delivery. And out of that workshop, and I will comment on these in a little more detail in the following slides, came already some actions that led then to the acceleration that was observed. We discussed with the member states, competent authorities and stakeholders in the CA meeting from 2017 till March 2018 a number of actions that could be taken, and they are in a document that was agreed in the competent authority meeting and is referenced here on the slide. Then in February this year, ECHA hosted another workshop on the review program, and we plan to discuss together with ECHA an action plan now in the next CA meeting in November. And in June 2019, the Commission hosted a workshop after a series of fact-finding missions in the member states by our colleagues from the Audit Directorate. And from that, to come back to that workshop in 2015, ECHA then provided further guidance to the member states. ECHA reviewed a couple of the processes that were ongoing to facilitate the procedures and also to clarify the roles and the tasks of everybody, of all the actors during the process. And one step that was also taken quite importantly was the template, to come up with a common template for the BPR evaluation and proposals for harmonized classification and labeling. And we sent in September 2019, my commissioner sent my commissioner sent a letter to all ministers in the member states to dedicate the necessary resources to this work, and where member states came back to us saying that originally the wrong ministry had been addressed, we then send it again to the right one, because the responsibilities for biocides are sometimes also split between various ministries in the member states. So we drew the attention of ministers to this problem, and in particular to the fact that the member states were not delivering what they committed to and what they themselves agreed when they adopted the BPR. Among the conclusions that were agreed in the CA meeting in March, we had basically a set of recommendations and actions for each of the interested parties in this process. For the applicants, who indeed often also are not playing ball by not delivering data that are asked for by the evaluating member states, or not completely, so that it requires again a stop the clock and further back and forth between applicants and member states. Obviously, the member states, we invited them to really take those dossiers that have the longest backlog with the highest priority, or those ones where there's only one or two elements missing, to bring them finally to conclusion, and above all also still finalize the ones that were already submitted before September 2013. ECHA got some additional tasks as well and accepted them to, in particular, offer more support to the member states. And also when looking at the processes happening under the BPC and during the peer review, pull a bit the tighter handling on the different working groups of the BPC to avoid that already closed discussions are opened again, for example, and ensure coherence between the activities of the various groups. And I'll come back to what we have done since then a little later. At the workshop here in ECHA in February, this was further deepened, in particular the idea of prioritizing dossiers according to certain criteria. ECHA and us keep inviting the member states to be tougher on the applicants when they don't deliver the data. So instead of extending and extending and extending, just basically say, sorry, all deadlines are now over and your dossier is incomplete with the consequence thereof. And we have had a court case on such a situation recently where following that such a tougher decision by a member state, we took then a non-approval decision which was challenged in court. But yesterday I was informed that the plaintiffs have withdrawn the case. So ultimately this has worked. So we keep encouraging member states to become tougher and enforce the deadlines that they set. And then, of course, one obstacle that is often mentioned by member states is the interplay with the proposal for harmonized classification and labeling, and here we are also discussing with ECHA on how this hurdle can be brought down. ECHA in May this year presented at a CA meeting that these actions have already led to some improvements, but as said, more is to come, and this will be a part of this action plan that we will discuss in November. And ECHA, I mean, the main message is ECHA is really ready to help the member states hands-on. But obviously the member states also need to be willing to accept that help and identify the most promising dossiers to bring them forward. Then my colleagues from Directorate F in DG SANTE conducted a series of fact-finding missions in 5 member states on the state of implementation. And these reports are all publicly available. The links are here on the slide. You, when reading them, and you are a company that has to deal with these member states, you might find many things back there that you have experienced yourselves. And following that, the Commission organized a workshop to discuss with the member states on how to address the flaws and weak points found. And in that workshop, also some innovative ideas were put forward. The overview report, by the way, of all these fact-finding missions is being prepared and will soon be finalized. And as part of the ideas that came out of the workshop were, for example, that member states could team up when they are dealing with similar issues for comparable substances, or that a rapporteur who is struggling on a certain, or an evaluating member state who is struggling on a file gets help from another one as a sort of co-rapporteur or co-evaluating member state. And indeed, an earlier involvement of ECHA and experts from ECHA to help the member states. So a bit comparable to what also came from the February workshop organized here by ECHA. We have indeed, and we keep looking at this all the time, and at every CA meeting we present reports on progress, or actually in recent times more the lack of progress, unfortunately. We have ensured that ECHA gets additional resources, so further staff available to ECHA, which is a bit of a struggle, to be very frank, given that the workload and the resources should be in synchronization, and when there is no work coming in, it takes some effort to convince our colleagues in DG Budget also to accept that there is a need to maintain or let alone increase staffing in ECHA. And the way to do this is indeed that ECHA provides hands-on support for the member states to finalize their dossiers. And one area that we discussed extensively this morning, where indeed such support is welcome and needed, is the assessment of the ED properties. And last but not least, I mean, looking forward to the new commission coming into office, where Mrs. von der Leyen, our president-elect, has said that she believes that the actual enforcement and implementation of legislation is important. It is possible that the Commission might also consider further actions for those member states who are really the worst offenders in terms of not respecting deadlines via infringement procedures. But that requires, of course, a political debate in the new Commission before such steps are taken. So, in conclusion, the state and the delay in the review program are of serious concern to us, and it's not only for ECHA a priority to get it through, but definitely also for us. We remain convinced that in order to really deliver on the objectives of the BPR, the progress in the review program is key. And we must make sure that all these actions for improvement that have been agreed are now implemented and that the dossiers are delivered. As a final thought, those of you who followed the hearings for the new commissioners and looked at the mission letters and the plans for the new commission, it is clear that among the top priorities, such as the Green Deal and the zero pollution ambition, a delivery on assessment of potentially hazardous substances and then the appropriate action thereafter are key elements to achieve such a zero pollution ambition and the Green Deal. So that also gives an indication that a priority for completing this review program will not go down in the new Commission. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Klaus, also for the very clear messages here on the review program. We will not take questions now after each presentation, but we rather give the opportunity later after the presentations to have a discussion with the whole panel. So this means that I will go directly to the next speaker, María Luisa González Márquez from the Spanish authority, who can also give us some more insight into the member states' action to speed up the review program. So the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentation and for the invitation to this event that I think is very useful. Okay. I don't know how is that. Okay, thank you. Okay. I want to give a general overview of the situation of the review program in Spain. That slide shows what is the situation now. We have, and that is something that is different from the figures that the Commission gave before, because I am considering only what is real active substance product type combinations, not all that we can find in the regulation of the last version of the regulation 1062 of what is the regulation of the review program, because some of the combinations in that regulations, I know that some of them have been withdrawn, and we have some redefined substances that are duplicated at this moment. So that is our figures.
So we have in progress, so not finished, in blue, 34 combinations, and we have 13 that have been finalized. Some of the dossiers were submitted in 2007, and that is a big delay. And it's not only the problem of Spain; it's a general problem for many countries evaluating competent active substances. According to the figures given by the Commission, in general, the European Union has a 33% of the review program completed, and we have also 28 of this part that corresponds to Spain completed. So we have 72% pending. That's not good news, but I think that it's almost possible to meet the deadline that we are considering of 2024. That depends of how we can face that situation. The causes of the delays, and that is something that is from the point of view of the Spanish competent authority, as I'm sure, and it was something that it was seen in the last meeting in February. But the delays that they are the cause of our delays are very varied. And the first that I would like to highlight is the technical difficulties of some of the dossiers, that some of them can be managed relatively easily, but some of them are pending. Because, for example, questions about identity, we have to deal with that problems with ECHA in order to solve some of the questions that are yet on the table. We have causes also due to the applicants, and in this sense, I would like to say that some of the applicants we have found that they collaborate with us very actively, and they do more than what is expected. But in some cases, other applicants, it seems like if they are not interested in the progress of their own substances. I don't know if that is justified, but in this sense, we have now new measures that have been approved in the last BPC, and we can follow a new procedure to give strict deadlines in order to avoid that that applicants can consider as a possible strategy to delay the dossiers. But it's not the main cause, because it's true that some of the applicants they collaborate actively, and that's something that we thank. We find also two regulations that directly impacted in our work. That was the regulation in 2014, because some of the dossiers were prepared for different applicants, and now until then. But now we have to do one unique dossier for each PT, and that is something that also struggled or is a problem for us. And regulation, of course, 2017, that is the regulation of the endocrine disruption that is now being applied, is also something that we know is have stopped many dossiers. And at the end, we have also a cause that is on our side of the competent authority, because we suffered the effect of the economic crisis in Spain in the last years, and that affected to the resources that weren't substituted, and we had a loss of resources. At the same time that we had the increase of the product authorizations, that is something that also impacted on our way of work, because we have to deal with all these things. So I don't want to look at the past, but at the future. And in this sense, I think that the active substance workshop that we held in February can be considered, under my point of view, as a turning point in the work approach of the review program. Because I know that before other workshops about active substances were held in 2015, but I think that the measures that we have adopted in this workshop it can help to speed up the review program, at least in our case. What are the actions taken by the Spanish competent authority in this issue? The first one is to increase the staff, and this is one thing that we started to do, not this year, but the year before, the past year. Not only in the Ministry of Health, that we have now 3 new members in the team, but also in the Ministry of Environment, that deal with the environmental part of the dossiers, and it's a very important part of the evaluation. And of course, the members that have been incorporated in the teams need some training, and we have some training actions in this year, 2019, and in the next year also, in order to get expertise and training technicians. The second action is the work planning, taking into account the prioritization. In this sense, of course, backlog resources are one of our priorities, but also we have to take into account the annex, I don't remember, of the regulation 1062, because we have some deadlines for each PT. Some of them it's impossible to meet them, but we are in that way in order to plan the actions needed to get that target. On the other hand, we have had some meetings with several applicants. In order to dynamize the expedients, the dossiers, and we had many meetings that have been very fruitful, and this allowed us to solve some of the questions that stopped those dossiers. We have now some communication ready to launch to some applicants through R4BP giving specific deadlines following the procedures given recently. And in order to establish a deadline, a framework to work, because if we don't know when the information we can count on it, it's impossible to plan our own work. So as a consequence of that, some of the dossiers has been reactivated, and in this sense, we have collaborated with the dossier manager of these dossiers in ECHA, and that's a measure that is very useful for us. We have had a meeting with our contact point in ECHA. That is, we had a very fruitful meeting, and we will go later with this point. And at the end, we have nominated some working group members, not for the some working group. Some working group of the BBC. That is something that is good also. ECHA offered us to collaborate with the contact point, help with the prioritization and identification of the bottlenecks. They offer us also training activities in ECHA for national experts with real case. That I think that is a very good idea, and we probably will have it. Facilitation for attending the working group by teleconference, and direct support in the evaluation of the dossiers through consultation to experts in several fields like technical equivalence, endocrine disruption, etc. Up to now, we have taken advantage of the meeting with a meeting contact point. We have had early comments on one technical equivalence report and one endocrine disruption report. And we had a teleconference with the ED expert. And we are thinking about new possibilities like training activities or consultations. So we have a new view of the review program with our next steps that are shown in orange and in green. In orange, the next steps, and in green, the following steps. So we can get, at the end of the first step, almost the 40% of the ASPT combinations, and in the subsequent target, we will have 57% of the combinations ready. And I don't know well what will be the final the final evaluation of all the PTs combinations, and it's something that we hope that can be in 2024, but it's not sure. So we have also concomitant tasks like active substances received due to the Brexit, CLH reports and renewals that we have to combine with the work that we have to do. And what we expect for the future? We expect good collaboration with ECHA, with the applicants, and with other member states. We, of course, expect hard work, and we hope no more crisis, because that is a question that can stop again the work, and it's not a good thing. Of course, the review program should finish in 2024, and to do that, only the collaborative work can allow that to meet the target. And that is all for our side. Thank you.
Thank you, María Luisa. It is encouraging to see that you have plans for really speeding up in Spain this work on the active substances review program. We are really looking forward to that. And I can also say that from ECHA side, we are really ready to also provide you support and looking forward to a very intensive communication on that. Which brings us to, indeed, the next presentation by Hugues Kenigswald from ECHA, who will also inform you more about the ECHA plan on indeed providing support to the member states on this topic. Hugues.
Yes, thank you, Peter. And good morning to all, even though I intervened a bit before during the first session. Yes, I think it's important to underline that it's a collective effort, and we have already taken quite some action. That's what I will present now. And we have, we will go through in the presentation through what we observed in terms of status and trend. Of course, there is some repetition with what Klaus already presented. What has been done, it's quite important to take stock of what we've been doing, but also looking into the future, how to go further. Because one thing to keep in mind is that we have had a slowdown after an initial period of acceleration of a review program since ECHA has taken over the management of a review program in 2014. So first we have to go back to normal level we used to have a couple of years ago, and then trying to go even further because, as Klaus mentioned, the target in order the annual target in order to achieve a review program by 2024 has increased because of the delays up to now. So regarding the status and trend, so 1/3 finalized after 15 years. That's a clear message. And how many years remained to do the last 2/3? Only 5 years. So that would require more than, or at least 80 opinions per year. What we can see, and that also echoes some of the slides that Klaus presented before, was that, okay, we've had some clear speeding up of a review program between 2014 and 2016 or even 17, and then we started to see a plummeting after that. If we go more in detail regarding the core cause of that is, of course, so even though you can see that there is some irregularity in the submission of the draft assessment report by the competent authorities, we had a very good period between 2016 and 17, and after that it started already going really down. Of course, one of the causes, apart from the more structural issues like resource availability in member states, are the ED criteria. Because of course, to perform the ED assessment, a lot has to be done. And it's not only a matter of experience by the member states, but it's also because more data has to be provided, and that necessarily slows down the process. Okay, now let's look into what we've been doing to put things back on track. So we started with a survey, because actually what happened is that in the first years we were just running after the dossiers that were submitted to us by the member states, because we had a lot to do with all the peer review activities, and we had no time to spend more during the evaluation phase or to look where the dossiers, what was the status of the different dossiers. Of course, we had in mind that we should spend, from the beginning, we had in mind that we should spend more time
working in close cooperation with the evaluating member states during the evaluation. But resources were not really available for that in the first years. But of course, when we started having a reduction of the submission of the cars in end of 2017 and then 2018, then we had more time to look into that and to go back to the member states. And we started with this survey, what we call GRIP and the review program, in order to know what was exactly the status of each of the dossiers and to identify the causes that prevented progress. And there could be specific causes for specific dossiers, but also we were looking for more common causes. Because of course, if we can identify common causes, that's we can have more and more effective action to deal with that. So that's what came out of that, and then we followed up with the active substance workshop in February this year, where we looked and discussed with member states and the Commission and also some stakeholders for the core causes for the slowdown of the review program, and we were looking at solutions on how to address these different issues and how to improve the process. So it was a good step in finding really solutions. We had an important participation with more than 40 participants and almost all member states represented. And we started also, that's a very good thing, a concerted action. And I will come back to that later on in my presentation. So we identified a cluster of different causes for the lack of progress. Of course, insufficient resources, but that's not something new. Unclear priorities, that was more of a surprise for us, but we acknowledge that indeed it might nonetheless be the case. Then absence of pragmatic approaches, that was not also totally new. But of course, that's something on which we had been already working in the past to try to make the point really on what is really important for the assessment and so on. And then the two other causes were complexity. Of course, we have a very complex set of legislation, starting with the BPR itself. And that's not easy to navigate with all of that and to address at the same time all what is required. And finally, as an important cause for the lack of progress was the fact that a number of dossiers were incomplete, and it was difficult for the evaluating member states to get the requested data from some applicants. So, to tackle the prioritization of dossiers and support, we decided that the best would be to first have a very clear communication, first at a general level, but also in the one-to-one discussions we have undertaken with all the member states, really focusing on the backlog dossiers, so the ones for which the assessment report was provided before September 2013, and then pointing to the review program priority lists. And then we implemented some direct support actions. A concrete example is that we've supported the evaluating member state for diamine for PT8, where we've worked on the exposure and the risk assessment. In terms of key topic, key cause for delays, that was mentioned and of course was the subject of the first session today. So the support for the ED assessment, here really it's to address the insufficient resources in member states, and insufficient resources in the wide sense of the term, because of course it can be actual lack of experts, but it can also be simply that, okay, there are experts, but they are not yet experienced with ED assessment. So we are preparing practical recommendations to support applicants and ECAs for the ED assessment. Of course, and this was mentioned before by SANTE in particular, there is a possibility for the evaluating member state to consult the ED expert group at various stages in the process to get some advice. And to date, 12 dossiers for 16 substances have been already discussed by the ED expert group. And we've also provided direct support to the competent authorities for the ED assessment, and we've already provided support for 12 dossiers for 8 member states. And we are continuing on that path, and we are working on amplifying this effort in this area. For incomplete dossiers, it's important that to clarify and smoothen the relationship with applicants. And this was something that we were somehow aware by the exchange with the member states. But of course, during the workshop, it was really identified as a very important element on which to progress. So a procedural guidance has been developed and related letter templates. As was mentioned by María, Luisa, this was discussed in the Biocidal Products Committee, and the approach agreed. And now this is available for the member states, and we start seeing the concrete implementation by the member states. In terms of how to facilitate the work, so after speeding up the initial part, which is the finalization of the evaluation by the member states and the provision of the assessment reports, it's also important to make sure that the peer review goes smoothly, goes quickly, and we've also undertaken some actions to streamline the peer review. A number, I will not go in a lot of detail, but we've worked on a new RCOM template. So RCOM means reply to comments, because here it's very important that the comments that are raised are really important ones to consider. So in order to achieve that, what we've been implementing in this new RCOM template is to have an indication of the impact of a comment and a proper justification. Another tool that has been put in place already some years ago was to have a possibility to have early working group discussions in order to support the evaluating member state with some of the issues, so the possibility to discuss already with other member states at that stage. And now we try to go a bit further and to really identify the type of issues that should always be discussed during these early working group discussions, to avoid ending up in a peer review with issues that are not really accepted by the other member states and then leads to further delays. Another tool that we had put in place was to have ad hoc follow-ups in case it's difficult or impossible to find an agreement during the working group meetings. And now we've put in place a document to clarify under what conditions such ad hoc follow-ups can be triggered. And then finally, in this area, we have also clarified the rules for the possible reopening of early agreements made in the working group discussions, or even earlier during the technical meetings when it was when the review program was managed by the GRC. Then one element that came also from the workshop was that information is difficult to find, and that doesn't help the applicant, that doesn't help the competent authorities with their work. So we have different actions ongoing to make the information clearer and easier to find. like links to the key documents on our website, and we are working on the mapping and the clarification of quasi-guidance, and also improving the format of technical agreements for biocides. So here, in terms of improvement of the access to information, here you have a very concrete first action. Of course, we will do more in the future. We'll try to improve our web pages further, but at least as a first action, we have put in place all these links on our web page, so that you can directly go to almost all of the key documents, either from the working groups, but also from the coordination group, from the CA meeting as well. Then, of course, we have the interface between classification labeling and the BPR, which was one of the issues that was also raised on multiple occasions, and also during the workshop in February. We have already developed, together with our colleagues in charge of CLH, so it was a joint action between the Biocides competent authorities and the CLH competent authorities, to have a common template. So that makes things easier. But what we have concluded after the workshop was that we needed also to revitalize the joint task force that came up with this common template, in order to discuss the other elements for which there are still some issues. And finally, in terms of actions that are already ongoing, we are working on a tool to support the harmonized assessment of the confidentiality claims. We are preparing recommendations for assessing the confidentiality claims for the cars. Actually, it's not only for the cars, because the same will apply also for the Pass 4 product authorization, and will also be relevant when assessing confidentiality claims also for the study summaries. So we foresee to finalize this work by the end of the year, or most probably in first quarter next year. Okay, that's what we've been doing up to now. But how to go further? What we need is really to make the approach sustainable. So I would insist on the fact that we really need a coordinated action. So it's not ECHA alone, it's not the member states alone or Commission alone. It's really all of us together, also including the applicants. And we absolutely need to have a general commitment from the member states, and also cooperation with them and between them. One thing on which I would like to insist is that ECHA's resources alone are not sufficient. Of course, we're here to help, we're here to support, that's what we do, and what we've already been doing. But it's limited to the availability of our resources. And of course, since we expect that through the actions that we've already undertaken, the review program will speed up again, that means that also our resources available for the direct support to the member states will decrease again, because they will be needed to address more the peer reviews activities. It's also important to have in mind to be open and consider that also policy and even legislation may need to be rediscussed. So that's why we have prepared, together with the Commission, an action plan that we will discuss in November with the CA meeting. It's very important that we address the resource needs. So of course, we contribute to that by providing support and coordination. There might be also the possibility to receive support by other member states, and it was mentioned also by Klaus that this topic has been mentioned already on several occasions during the workshop, also during the specific follow-up of the fact-finding missions workshop. But okay, we overall, we know that if the situation is different from one member state to the next, there is a general limitation in resource availabilities in member states. So that's why we are also looking into the possibility to get support from external experts. Of course, we have to be quite careful about that, because we have to absolutely preserve the independence of the assessment, and we have to avoid any possible conflict of interest for that reason. In terms of resources, we also need to look further into the resource building for the member states. Because one thing is that the member states get additional resources. Another thing is that these resources get trained. And there are some actions already foreseen together with the Commission for that purpose. Another idea that on which we would like to work more is the possibility to group further the active substances in order to reduce the overall resources needs. Because if you have two related active substances, you do not need to reinvent the wheel. A number of elements from the assessment could be taken from the related substance. We also need to improve the overall effectiveness and the efficiency of the different processes. So, in order, we want to have harmonized assessments. We are working, as I mentioned already before, on streamlining the peer review. We also want to have something which is also clearer and more stable over time. And for that, we need to limit the revision of the assessment to really when there is a renewal or when there is a need for a formal review under Article 15. Because otherwise, first of all, there is it's kind of a piecemeal effect. You have assessments which are partly revised or at some point in time, and it also consumes resources. We are also discussing with the Commission on the possibility to optimize the ED assessment strategy for the substances already meeting exclusion criteria. But here it's a complex topic which also involves legal considerations. And we'll work further on improving the interface with the classification and labeling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugues. So this concludes the presentations of this session. Summing up, I would say it's a real shame to find ourselves right now in 2019, after 15 years of the review program, with only 1/3 of the active substances having gone through the system. But it's not too late. There is still time left, and there's still an opportunity for us to speed up this work and go towards this target that we have for 2024. I was very much encouraged by all the presentations that we've heard today. I think the problem has been put on the table very clearly, also by Klaus, the speaker from Spain, who really indicated that there is a possibility for the member states to speed up. And I think it is also clear from what you have seen from these presentations that ECHA, together with the Commission, have invested already over the past years in taking action, having discussions, defining actions, and we will not stop with that. And as it was already announced, we will have a further discussion with the member states in the CA meeting in November, where we will present further actions that ECHA can take, where we will invest as ECHA with the resources that we have been provided to really provide further support to the member states. But this can only work if the member states really are also ready from their side to make that investment. And the member states will also know that we have, even this year, further intensified our cooperation, our contacts with the member states in order to identify any blocking issues and see how they can be addressed by the member state with the support of ECHA. We are ready for that. That is all I can say from our side. So with that, I would like to open the floor for the further discussion. So is there anybody who has any questions, any comments, any suggestions? That would be very welcome. Let's warm up maybe with something from Slido. Jutta.
Okay, thanks, Peter. We seem to have very strong support for the following question. Why industry needs to work under inflexible deadlines and member states are allowed to have delays?
I'm sorry. I mean, all the deadlines for industry until now have been very flexible. I mean, actually, member states have been way too flexible to allow them to generate additional data, submit, and then realize, oh, it's still not good, and go back again and again and again. I mean, that one case that I just mentioned earlier, where eventually a decision was taken, the company or the applicant got 3 or 4 times the possibility to refine waivers for not submitting a certain study. Once should have been enough. So I'm sorry. I mean, the flexibility is clearly also there for the companies. And during all this time that this drags on, the marketing can continue. So there is actually no disadvantage for industry at all so far.
So clearly one of the actions that we have identified and were also presented here is that member states in some cases need to toughen up with companies where they are continuing to wait for the data that already should have come in, for instance. So this is certainly something that we need to look into how that can be done. At the same time, as Klaus already mentioned in his presentation as well, where member states don't do their work and don't keep their deadlines, there's also the possibility for the Commission to start infringement procedures. So it's not that we are not behind the member states, and I think already from what you have heard this morning, we have very much called on the member state to also do their part of the work. So I think we have clarified that quite clearly this morning. Any further questions in the meantime from the room? Yeah.
Maybe it's a sign indeed. Darren Abrahams from Steptoe and Johnson. I'm just very interested to hear about the idea of trying to, one of the ways of trying to achieve the timeline goals for the review program in terms of grouping substances. You know, perhaps from my side of the table, one of the concerns has been that as the review program has moved forward, I think we all agree too slowly, that when it came to decisions on individual substances, and comparisons with alternative chemistry, substitution in broad terms, whether it's exclusion criteria or substances which ultimately will trigger candidates for substitution, that the comparison with alternatives was a difficult exercise to do because some substances had gone first and the others that it were being compared to hadn't actually been evaluated yet. So grouping, of course, perhaps brings back a level playing field when those comparative exercises are being done. But can you tell us a little bit more about what the criteria for those grouping might look like? Because otherwise we'll have the reverse problem that previously we weren't getting comparison between things that were equal, and suddenly we may find that things which are not actually the same are put in the same bucket. So criteria would be helpful.
Yes. Well, there are different possibilities of grouping, but of course here we are more thinking of grouping according to chemical similarities, so which is not necessarily addressing what you raise, because you have different chemistries within a same, let's say, competing active substances for a given product type. So it's not, it will not address that, but it's more, the objective here is more to avoid reinventing the wheel or neglect looking for data when you can use read across.
Okay, thank you, that's clear.
So this works, yeah. Thomas Center from Rumble. I'm wondering how the delay in the review program maybe interferes with the evaluation of new active substances, because there are quite a few. And at least for the substances we are dealing with, we have observed that since submission in 2016, there has not been very much progress. So what's maybe Commission's view on that? How can we accelerate this process?
Well, I mean, I think I mentioned during my presentation that the UK, for one, had actually given more priority to new active substances than the review program. Strictly speaking, of course, it's all linked to the resource availability in the member states, and we get approached more and more frequently by companies who come to us and say, we would like to submit a dossier for a new active, but no member state is willing to become the evaluating authority because they don't have resources, which from my perspective is a bit of a lame excuse, because after all, that's why they get the fees. I mean, the fees are there that member states have the resources available, and if they get more fees and more fee income, they supposedly can increase the resources. And that is, of course, a problem, as not all member states ring-fence the fee income. I mean, some really keep it in a pot for the authority that actually does the work, whereas in others it disappears in the general budget, and then you don't have this correlation anymore. But with early enough pre-submission contacts, the perspective of getting the fees, this should be resolvable if there is a will to do so. And from our perspective, of course, we don't see, or we don't think it's fair to use the backlog in the review program as an excuse to refuse to become the rapporteur for a new active. I mean, clearly not. I mean, that's why the fees have been created, to allow member states to accept that work. But the reality is, as I said, we get approached more and more often by companies who say they have a really hard time in finding a member state who is willing to become an evaluating member state for a new substance, which is not good. I agree with you.
Yes, maybe I can complement, because Klaus addressed mainly the issue of finding an evaluating competent authority for a new application for a new active substance. But of course, your question was also related to the new active substances for which the evaluation is already ongoing. So you don't have the need to find an evaluating competent authority, but you would like to know whether there is an interference between that work and the work on the review program. Well, in theory, there could be an interference. From what we have got as feedback from member states is that there is no direct interference, apart from the general one, which is that resources availability is a general issue in some member states. But apart from that, each application follows its own path, and delays might be caused by, might have other causes, like a need for additional data. And then when they are requested, it takes quite some time to get them for various reasons, including availability of the labs to perform the studies. But we've not seen a very clear trend linking delays with new active substances with the fact that resources were only used for review program, and the new active substances were somehow abundant because of that. We've really not seen that in our discussions with member states.
Good morning, Trevor Fielding from the British Coatings Federation. I think maybe it's perhaps not such a case of resource availability, but expertise availability in certain member states. So perhaps we have a fundamental issue here in terms of the division of the dossiers and the assignment of the dossiers to the different member states is of concern, and whether the possibilities of changing policy and legislation that Mr. Kenigswald mentioned is a way of addressing that in the future, of somehow regrouping these dossiers, or when you come to renewal to look at some sort of restructuring of how those dossiers are being handled. I'm also particularly concerned about the mention of read across when you're talking about grouping of substances. I think that's it can be done in the right circumstances, but there are certain technical aspects that do need to be considered. Certainly in our paint world, we're very concerned about the isothiazolinones family and how read across could be taken in the wrong direction, and should be looked at very carefully before you take any actions on those sort of grouping of substances. Thank you.
I take that rather as comments. Not sure you had really a question.
Not really. It was really to make sure that you make the right decisions, return to the grouping of the substances. But I think the critical thing about the expertise and finding where that expertise is and ensuring that the member states are being assigned the correct dossiers, it's got to be some sort of reflection going internally in that direction as well, I would suggest. Thank you.
Well, on that, I mentioned it already in the presentation. I think it's really important to consider that it's not only a quantitative aspect, the resources, it's also a qualitative one. That it's not enough to be able to recruit new colleagues in the member states, competent authorities. They also have to be trained, they have to gain some experience before they can be operational. So of course that takes time, but it's also not easy. And we know that there is general competition on the market, also between not only also between industry and competent authorities to get right experts. We know of a number of experts from member states who have been subsequently hired by industry. So it's an overall difficult, let's say, job market situation.
And just to complete, I mean, the assignment to the member states in the review program in particular was done in consultation with the member states. So nothing was forced on member states who said, I cannot deal with this. We always had volunteering because there was a particular interest in substances or groups of substances, or the products were important on the market there. So this was done in consultation with the member states. And I think what Hugues presented earlier as ECHA's availability to help, that's precisely to address the situation as you described, that there's one particular expertise missing in the member state and that is clearly identified, then ECHA is willing to help, and maybe another member state can also support that through better coordination with that member state. So that's one of the elements that's clearly part of this prioritization and identifying bottlenecks that Hugues described.
Slido?
Okay, I will go for the one which is clearly a question. High number of substances under REACH are not assessed at all and still used on humans and in the environment. Is this of less concern?
I think this is a bit beyond the scope of this day if you ask about the working of REACH, but certainly REACH is something where we are very actively working on as well. We have all the registrations in place. We are doing a big action plan there as well on the compliance check. Yeah. So I think there we have quite a number of actions ongoing also to increase the situation and improve the situation on REACH. But let's not start focusing on REACH here on this day unless there is a direct link between BPC and REACH, I would say.
Okay, and another one seems to get quite a lot of support. Why is the review program not finished first and afterwards the new developments and requirements are applied?
That's indeed a choice that was made, that the updated guidance, for example, or new guidance is taken into account during the ongoing assessments in a cycle of, what is it, Hugues? I mean, you know it better, every 2 years or so, something like that. And it's one of the factors that has contributed to the delay, certainly. In the pesticides world, it's different. I mean, there it's the guidance that existed at the moment of submission of the dossier, which of course gets a little bit problematic if the submission of the dossier was more than 10 years ago, as is the case for some of the pending assessments. So somehow we need to find a balance between that. And for the endocrine disrupting assessment, the member states and the parliament were adamant that it needs to be implemented immediately. So that was a deliberate choice by member states and parliament, and therefore it has to be respected also.
Are there any questions still from the floor at this stage? No burning questions anymore on the review program. Then we will take one more from Slido and then we will finalize.
When will an updated version of the document work program of BPC be available?
This is for Eric. BPC.
Yeah, indeed, we update the work program of the committee after each meeting. Oh, I'm Eric van der Plassen, chairing the Biocidal Products Committee. We updated the work program after each meeting. It is indeed true that you haven't seen an update over the last months, let's say, and that had to do with the fact that we had to cancel a meeting because we simply got no dossiers in. So that means that we will update the program now after the next meeting, which will be in December. So a couple of weeks, well, I would say maybe the first week after it, you will see a new program of the work program of the committee.
Good. Thank you very much for this discussion. The questions, the comments that we have heard, which we will take well into account, I would say. And this is certainly a subject that is not closed yet. We will have further discussions, as we already mentioned, and I'm sure that we will come back next year on the status of the review program. With that, I would like to close this session, and we will have now the lunch break. For lunch, we have the canteen available, which is just up the stairs here outside this room. And we will be back at 2:15. In the meantime, some of you have reserved one-on-one sessions that are also ongoing in the room just outside this meeting room. So see you later, 2:15 sharp, please. Thank you, and bon appétit.
think we should resume. So please take your seats. Okay, so, well, I have a pleasure to be chairing this third and last session of the Biocides Day. It's on biocidal product families, so we are changing topics compared to this morning, where we focused more on the active substances in the review program, even though endocrine disrupting properties are also relevant for biocidal products. But really, we thought it was important to have this, considering the change in the note of guidance that occurred this year for the biocidal product families following rather intense preparatory period and with discussions with member states and stakeholders. So I will first let Chiara present what's new with this change of guidance. So Chiara, she's been working in ECHA since already a number of years. I think it's 6 years now. So she leads the products and efficacy team. And before that, she was already involved in biocides because she was working in the Joint Research Center of the Commission on biocides. So please, Chiara.
Okay. Thank you, Hugues. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here again at the Biocides Day to give a presentation. And those of you who attended the event in the previous years probably expected me to talk again about union authorization. But instead, the topic of my talk today is biocidal product families. In particular, what is new according to the revised Note for Guidance on the implementation of the family concept. I will give you more details later on in my presentation, but I would like to anticipate why the need to revise the Note for Guidance was identified. It's because after a few years of using biocidal product family, it became quite evident that some elements underlying the family concept needed revision, needed clarification. So the Note for Guidance needed to be updated in light of the experience acquired so far in order to build up and evaluate the families that are more consistent and manageable in terms of assessment. So in my presentation, I will start with setting the scene in more detail regarding the update of the Note for Guidance. I will guide you through the main elements of the revised documents. And in her presentation, Danielle will provide you with concrete examples. So take our two presentations as complementary sources of information regarding the updated Note for Guidance. And then I will close with some take-home messages for you. So to start with setting the scene, first of all, let's have a look at the definition of biocidal product family according to the provisions of the BPR, Article 3.1s. A biocidal product family means a group of biocidal products having similar uses, the same active substances, similar composition with specified variations, and similar levels of risk and efficacy. So the key element here is the adjective similar and its definition. In order to outline a practical approach for the implementation of the family concept, a Note for Guidance was developed and agreed at the competent authority meeting in November 2014. The document provides a frame on how to decide whether two or more products can be included in the same product family. The document gives the definition of similar composition, similar uses, and similar levels of risk and efficacy, meaning that products belonging to the family have different composition, can have different uses associated with a common set of risk mitigation measures and can respond to different levels of risk and efficacy. The document also provides the description of the family according to a 3-level information, where level 1 is the overall product family, level 2 is meta-SPC, so a subgroup of products within the family, and level 3 is the individual members of the family. In particular, meta-SPC is defined as a group of products having similar composition within the specified variations of the family, that have also similar uses, which are associated with a common set of risk mitigation measures, have the same hazard and precautionary statements, and are associated with a common set of first aid instructions, disposal, and storage and shelf life. The note for guidance also addresses the content of the authorization decision. In particular, it specifies that the authorization decision includes a biocidal product family summary of product characteristics, and the individual biocidal products will have their own SPC, but this is just for dissemination purposes. And finally, the note for guidance describes the steps for the post-authorization notification of new products within a family. However, after a few years of making use of this note for guidance, it appeared evident that certain aspects required further clarification. In particular, the note for guidance gives a very broad definition of similar composition, similar uses, and similar levels of risk and efficacy. On one hand, this increases the flexibility in using the family concept. On the other hand, it can be interpreted in different ways. And we realized that this led to uncertainty on how families should be designed and evaluated in a harmonized way. So this is the background against what the members of the coordination group decided to establish a working party that was created to set up different aspects, especially to clarify the issue of similarity and to provide the Commission with recommendations to revise the note for guidance. The Working Party received the mandate by the Coordination Group in July 2017. It's composed by members from Member States, accredited stakeholder organizations, Commission and ECHA. The Working Party reached several main agreements. So it clarified the similarity concept in terms of composition, uses, levels of risk and efficacy, advised how to group coformulants, described the best practice for pre-submission meetings, and addressed the splitting of families for ongoing applications. The main agreements of the Working Party were gathered in an updated note for guidance, which was agreed at the competent authority meeting in July this year. For new applications, it is valid as of 1st of October 2019. For applications submitted before this date, it can be applicable, provided that the applicant agrees to apply it. The note for guidance does not invent anything new compared to the previous document. It simply clarifies the concept there, but it repeals the previous document. The text of the note for guidance is available on Circa BC, but you can also find it published on our website, and the link is the product family page. We are aware that some concerns were raised regarding the update of the note for guidance. But on the other hand, we believe that the revised document brings some benefits. One of the concerns is that the reduced flexibility in implementing the family concept in your business strategy. On the other hand, we believe that the updated note for guidance brings some predictability in the structure and in the assessment of product families for product authorization. In some instances, a case-by-case assessment is still needed. But on the other hand, the criteria elaborated in the revised note for guidance ensure a more consistent interpretation of the family concept. And finally, we acknowledge the concerns you may have around the potential consequences of splitting for ongoing applications. But you should consider one thing, that already before the revision of the note for guidance, if your family application did not meet the criteria according to the BPR, there would have been still consequences. For example, a rejection, a partial rejection of your application, or if you had received already the assessment by the competent authority, a partial non-authorization of your family. So please consider, I know it may be difficult for you to accept, but the criteria under the revised note for guidance should be seen as a pragmatic way forward to minimize the negative consequences for those applications where the criteria of the BPR according to Article 3.1s are not met. So let's go into more detail into the updated elements of the note for guidance. And as I said, Danielle will provide concrete examples in her presentation. So I go more to the theory. And I would like to start with the assessment of similarity. The note for guidance provides a decision tree, and you should follow this decision tree to assess whether the criteria of similar composition, similar uses, and similar levels of risk and efficacy are met. And it's very important to remember that only the products fulfilling all the similarity criteria according to the provisions of the BPR will be accepted to stay in the same family. It's important that you define clearly the structure of the family, starting from the meta-SPC organization. A family can contain one or more meta-SPC. If there is more than one meta-SPC, please consider carefully the number of those subgroup of products to avoid generating families that are too complex to assess and too difficult to handle. Also, the uses you apply for should be described in detail. This is very important because the competent authority that will assess your application will understand clearly what you are applying for. And it's also important that you associate to the uses the relevant instructions for use and risk mitigation measures. When it comes to similar composition with specified variations, the updated note for guidance established the so-called backbone composition, which is defined as such. Each individual member of the family should contain the same basic set of ingredients, which is essential to formulate all products within the product family. Individual products may still contain additional ingredients to comply with the needs for some envisaged individual uses. So what does this mean in practice? In practice, your backbone composition is defined by one or more active substances and one or more coformulants that are essential to formulate all products. Essential depends on the function. For example, if you have binders and solvents that are needed to stabilize your products, all the products in your family, and this is the important element, they should be included in the backbone composition. But if you have perfumes, pigments, and dyes, so easily exchangeable coformulants, or even, for example, coformulants that respond to individual uses, they don't need to appear in the backbone composition. And there are some exceptions to this establishment of the backbone composition, and Danielle will probably cover them in her slides. Another element is that you could group the coformulants. This is not mandatory, it is allowed, but it is of help to clearly define the structure of your family. The grouping takes place at the meta-SPC level, so at level 2. The coformulants are grouped and they range from a minimum concentration above 0% up to a maximum concentration. You can group coformulants providing that they have the same function, the same impact on the classification for the whole formulation and the same impact on the level of risk and efficacy of the formulation. Regarding similar uses, there is a decision tree described in the updated note for guidance, and you should follow those steps in the decision tree to assess whether the pairs of uses in your family are similar. So within a family, all possible pairs of uses should be considered as similar. There is an automated tool in the form of a matrix, which is currently under development. But this is just a supporting tool. So you should first understand the rationale behind the decision tree, and then use the tool, this matrix, as a supporting element. In order to avoid the submission of too many applications for product authorization, some flexibility in the decision tree is allowed. So in each family, maximum of 2 pairs of uses that are beforehand considered as non-similar are allowed. Concerning similar levels of risk and efficacy, there is the definition of core assessment in the updated note for guidance. In order to avoid redundant applications, the core assessment should include a significant proportion of your product family, and the assessment is based on one worst case composition, which may be different from area to area. So what is worst case for human health may not be worst case for efficacy. Remember that every use needs to be assessed within this core assessment, but there can be instances where efficacy is not proven, or the risk is not found acceptable within the core assessment. So in this case, you can have a refinement in terms of subsets. So you refine the core assessment at different locations within the core itself. And you can have refinements for risk, for efficacy, or for both. And there can also be cases where the inclusion of additional products within your family would restrict too much your overall authorization. So you can have extensions to the core. So subsets and extensions are refinements of your core assessment. But remember that there should be no more 3 of those refinements per family. More than 3 in general will not be allowed. The note for guidance also provides some tips on the best practice in pre-submission meetings. The pre-submission meeting is an essential step in the preparation for your submission, because it allows you to discuss with your competent authority any kind of issue you may have encountered while preparing your dossier. So you can clarify scientific and methodological aspects and also procedural steps. Here there are some logistic tips. So you should look for a competent authority. So it's a reference member state for your national authorization, or your ECHA, so evaluating competent authority, if you want to go for union authorization, as soon as possible. You should obtain the signed agreement of the competent authority that agrees to act as the evaluating authority at least 1 year before the expected date of submission. And you should organize the pre-submission meeting during the year before the submission. In this slide, I listed some relevant items for discussion. This is not an exhaustive list, so you may have more issues you may want to discuss, and also the note for guidance gives some more details. But those for me are the most relevant items you may want to consider for the pre-submission meeting. So for union authorization, you should discuss the similar conditions of use. So it's a prerequisite for union authorization. So to verify that the products have similar conditions of use across the union. You can also discuss product types, allocation, and scope issues in that meeting. It's important that you provide a clear overview of the family. That's very, very useful for your competent authority to understand what your strategy is. It's important also that you justify your criteria for the similarity in your family. You may also want to discuss testing strategies, also other methodological issues or scientific aspects. You may also want to consider to discuss the definition of worst case assessments, where relevant exclusion criteria and on comparative assessment. And also you may want to discuss the fees, because for union authorization there is a fee you should pay to ECHA, but for member states the fees are set at the national level, so you should cross-check with them what the fees levied are. And then splitting of ongoing applications. As I said at the beginning, this is a pragmatic way forward to minimize the negative consequences in cases where the application does not meet the criteria of Article 3.1s of the BPR. So equal treatment of the applicant should be ensured. So applicants with the splitting ongoing application should not take advantage against the applicant for which for whom the application was submitted already in the proper way at the beginning, and the other way around. So we will try to ensure equal treatment of the applicant, and in case there is a need to split an ongoing application, the initial application with the products that meet the criteria for the family will stay covered by that initial application, which will continue across the procedural steps. But there may be a need to submit one new application or more than one in order to cover the products that do not any longer belong to the original submission. Remember that the existing products will benefit from transitional measures under Article 89 of the BPR, so they can stay on the market. Unfortunately, a new application for union will be treated really as a new application, so there will be a fee to be paid to the agency. But remember also there are fees to be paid to the member states. You can also choose the most suitable product authorization procedure for your new authorization. So some take-home messages before I conclude. The first one I have not touched during the presentation, but it's very important to keep in mind. So you should be fully responsible for the content and the quality of your dossier. So provide a dossier which comply with the data requirements and they are complete, because this will really speed up the whole authorization process, will limit the number of stop of the clock, so your application will proceed smoothly through the whole process. It's important that you arrange pre-submission meeting with the competent authority. Remember to keep the size of your product family manageable. It will be easier for the competent authority to assess it. It's also important that you justify the reason for creating more than one meta-SPC, and this is still to respond to the need of keeping the size of the family easy to handle. In that context also try to limit the number of refinements in terms of subsets and extensions. The uses you apply for, try to present them in a clear and in an appropriate way. This will also be helpful for the competent authority to clearly understand what you want to authorize. When you derive the backbone composition, provide a justification for organizing the backbone composition the way you decided. And also, if you group coformulants, it's important that you demonstrate the rationale behind this grouping. And then remember, for new applications, you should follow the guidance already now. But for applications submitted before 1st of October this year, you may apply the guidance if you agree to do so. And of course, you always need to discuss that with your competent authority. So this is it from my side. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chiara, for this very clear presentation of the updated NOFT for guidance and its practical consequences. I propose that since we have only 2 presentations during this session, that we now move directly to a presentation by Danielle van Corven, and that we'll take questions together at the end of the session. So I'm happy to welcome Danielle van Corven. Danielle works at Diversey, and she has been quite involved in the work on biocides since a number of years. supporting, in particular, one of the successful union authorization applications up to now. So she has worked for more than 16 years, so she knows pretty well the legislation on chemicals, and she's also the chair of Biocides product working group of ISE. So Danielle, please.
Thank you for inviting me. And do I have to? Yeah. So my name is Diversey, and we are a provider of mainly disinfection products. So my personal focus will be a bit around product group 1 and 2. So, but there were a lot of other members, part of ISA or CEFIC, who participated for the other main groups. So I really hope if you have practical questions on that, I refer you to Camelia or to anybody else who can help me on that one. So just a link for the people who want to have an easy access to the new guidance that was provided last July, and is 46 pages long. So it's really a piece of work, let's call it. It has a lot of information, and I'm going to go to a few specific points to address it. My content of my slides will be most likely what you already seen from Chiara, but it's my opportunity to tell you a little bit around what you see in the guidance. So I will be focusing on the practical implementation, which, to be honest, is also the major part of the 46 pages. And if you open that, you see that it has this structure. And I'm going to focus first a little bit about the best practices in the pre-submission meeting. So as already stated this morning, ECAs are very busy. Reference member states as well, working on active substance dossiers. And it's sometimes very hard to find, especially if you go for a union dossier, to find a member state that is willing to accept your dossier. Especially if you have a very complicating family, which makes it even more harder. To state, in addition to the 18 months prior to the submission deadline to get your agreement already in place, remember that 180 days before you go for union authorization, you already have to have this signed agreement in your pre-submission meeting towards ECHA. So it's not only a recommendation, it's a real need to have this sorted. Expect a very limited support from member states if you don't present a very sophisticated case during your pre-submission meeting. If the more specific you are with showing how your family looks like, what you have built or why you've built it the way you have built it, usually gives you more insights, and to be honest, they will always find the problem in your dossier. So if you don't tell it up front, you'll get it somewhere down the 4 years line anyway. And this is also a very good place where, I think Chiara already mentioned it, there is room for exemptions. So even though maybe your uses are not completely similar, if you address it 18 months up front, there might be a coordination group agreement that actually does agree that it's a same use anyway. So make this a very good meeting and hope to find a very good ECA that's willing to assist and help. Then I'll go to the decision tree. Chiara already showed it. I hope it's a little bit better readable. I try to blow it up as big as possible. But the end objective is the same. You have to be similar in your uses, composition, and levels of risk and efficacy. And all 3 points have to be met with a yes before you can proceed. So, as I said, I would go to a little bit more detail. So, the composition within the varied limitations. So, in the guidance, there are 2 options. First of all is the similarity on the composition, so that's the backbone composition. And the other thing is the varied composition that you are allowed to do. That's the grouping of the coformulants. Let's focus first on the first one. I think, Chiara, you showed already the definition, but it's important to understand that you cannot have in your backbone composition, for instance, an ingredient that is set to 0, because then in one of the products, it's not there. So then it's not everywhere in your family present. So that's one of the things to think about. pH regulators usually are essential for either the efficacy or your FIS-chem information. So they might be important to put in your backbone composition. Other things like in our company, very relevant, you have detergents which, if you have used them in hard water or in soft water, you can get a very different cleaning performance. And so therefore, that is not essential for all the products. But you do have regions in Europe that have less water hardness, and other regions do have water hardness. So you do have this as a factor. So it's ideal to put it in a family, but yeah, it's not essential. Very essential for your end user, but not essential for the family that you're building. There is the option to have a backbone formulation which only consists of an active substance. Yes, that's possible. You have to justify it very well, so all your other ingredients are not essential then, which probably gives you another problem. You have to explain why they're in there. And yeah, I already said that one. And do realize that things that are easily interchanged, like perfumes, dye, and pigments, they're usually not a part of your core composition because, well, you can exchange them, so they're relatively simple. There is also an exemption. So, for instance, carrier-based products, I'm not sure if everybody knows what they are, but for instance, pre-impregnated wipes or mosquito nets, where you actually make a very hard claim on, or I think bait stations are examples of carrier-based products. And even though they are essential for your formulation, because if the wet wipe doesn't contain the liquid, of course, you have a problem. They are not considered as a part of the composition as agreed by the CA. The coordination group, I think, decided it. So then the the options to group co-formulants. As Chiara already said, it's allowed, it's not mandatory, but it's very handy, especially with FIS chemical testing. Because if you have, for instance, 2 surfactants in them, in one of the products it's at, 10%, and in the other product it's not. And the other way around, in the other product, the worst case product you could put on the market post-submission is without any surfactant. So that means you have to have that type of information as well in your dossier. Whereas you group and you say there's always 10% surfactant, either this or that surfactant, you can do your FIS-chem testing a lot easier. So it's a very useful tool. So in Annex 3, there is an example of how you could group ingredients. And for instance, here you have a complexing agent, which is either or in the formulation. And as you can see in product 2 and product 4, you only have 1%, which is the lowest value in the entire family. So in this case, you don't have to do any FIS-chem data for a complexing agent below 1%. The same for a thickener. So if you would put it from 0 to 1, you would have to do a FIS-chem, and especially with a thickener, it has impact on your FIS-chem. Here a more complicating factor. Here we have 3 components which you interchange. So the lowest value overall that can be used is in product number 7. There you have 4.12 as the lowest value, even though in another product this emollient C is at a lower level, but then there's always emollient number A added to it. And I think this is a repetition, so I'll skip that one. So if you add it up, your family looks a lot nicer than if you would look at it from all the ingredients individual, and you would see very clearly that your FIS-chem data is not everything to 0 till a very high level, but relatively small, and makes it a lot easier for your testing strategy. Similarity of uses is then the second box. And I know you can't read it, don't worry. I'll zoom in a little bit later. What the intent is that you list all your uses. And for instance, you spray, you mop, you wipe, and you have probably other applications. And you put your uses side by side, and then per use, you check if they match up. So use 1 and use 1 are usually identical, so that's green already, that's bonus. And then for all the other uses, you go through this elaborate schematics. So like I told you in the beginning, I'm mainly interested in main group 1 and 2, so I focus on that. So sorry for people who are mainly in the other groups interested, but the principle basically works the same. I hope, yeah, it's visible. So the first question is, do we have the same product type? Yes or no? So let's assume yes. So let's take an example from a product type, what did I say? Oh yeah, a kitchen product. So everything is product type 4. And then the second question is, are both products used on the same objects? And then we zoom in what is meant by the same object. So it's a very lengthy list. But you could say that if it's used on, for instance, number B, where it says hard surfaces, so if you spray, you mop, and you wipe on a hard surface, it's similar. It looks very complicating, but this is relatively simple. I can tell you a few others are a bit more complicating, but this is a relatively easy one to put in. Of course, this is relatively obvious, spraying and mopping of the same floor, but as I said, there's multiple options. But of course, your product family is not only intended for the kitchen. You want as well to put it in toilet. So we go the other route. So it's not the same product type, because a toilet bowl is product type 2, kitchen is product type 4, so we're in recital 49, which is it's a bit the same type of words, but a bit different. So always make sure you're in the right box when you check. And that's why the tool might be of interest, but can also make it extra complicating. So for instance, in this specific case where we had this product that we mop, wipe on a hard surface in a kitchen and on a toilet, you could see here under C, it's applied on a hard or soft surface. So in this case, yes, again, tick box, yes, you are similar. But there is also, for instance, a skin product, which is for humans, that's product type 1, and for animals is product type 3. So you can see here, according to number A, it's considered similar. But I can tell you already, there's a lot of cases where you think, but I really have a family, I'm sure. Yeah, there's this red box, which is the case-by-case option, which I said if you go to a member state and you think you have a very good reason, make your case here, because if you see point A, other use patterns that might be agreed by the competent authority. So if you have a good situation which the current group that thought about this guidance didn't think about, raise it early, and you can get maybe YE consultation already in agreement before you submit your dossier. The objective of this case-by-case recital is to reduce the amount of applications where it's very obvious that they should be able to put them in one dossier. So from a composition point of view and from a risk and efficacy point of view, they're super similar, and then only because of the use they would have not been similar. That's basically the reason why this is an extra case. So there's multiple items mentioned on there. I think there's up to number I, so I really hope all your cases are mentioned there. So again, back to this not so very well readable overview. So you check your one by one your cases. There is an automated tool in development. It's going to be part of Annex 4, currently not in the 46 pages yet taken into consideration. It's probably an Excel tool and it will be published on the ECHA website, but it's still under review, and also member states are checking if it's completely correct. And as well already mentioned by Chiara, even though if you do your checking, you still have a red box, there is the option to have one red box in your option. If you have more than one red box, the guidance actually advises you to split your family. But if you have a very good case, I would say really talk to your ECA to see if they agree with you. Then the third, and to be honest also the hardest part in the guidance, very lengthy Annex 6 and 7, and as you see already 10 sections to address this item, so it's very elaborate. I will not go into too much detail because it's probably not interested for everybody. But what the most important thing is that is already mentioned by Chiara, is you do a core assessment. Your core assessment should be the biggest chunk of your dossier. And the other point is the subset of the core and extension of the core. So let's first do the first one. So there's a lot of these nice drawings in the guidance, and it really is interesting to go through them. So as Chiara said, the family still gives you the opportunity to have more metas, not 2,000 or something, but if you have a good story, you can have different metas. For instance, if you have different classifications because of a perfume ingredient, for instance. But as well, if you have a concentrate or an RTU, of course you have a different classification then. But you only have a mixing and loading, and you have an in-use concentration that might be identical. So the risk assessment, the efficacy, all is the same. So it's very logical to have that in a family. You can also have formulation type. So if you have a wipe, or I think if you have a bait, but you can't put it in one meta. So that automatically gives you a reason to have different metas. You do one assessment per use. So you do one for the spraying, you do one for the mopping, you would do one for the wiping. And it does not mean that your human risk assessment is the same as the risk assessment for the environment. So even though usually, but not always, you take the highest active substance concentration, for the risk and for the efficacy you take the lowest, but that does not have to be the case, that's really your worst case. So you have to tell what's your worst case and why you think that's the worst case. And what's important is to do it for every use. And then you have to set if the risk mitigation measures you propose are then reasonable and as well are not over-classifying. So I think the guidance talks about best case, but it's not the intent that you have everybody wear a complete moon suit with respiratory equipment when that's not needed, because it's easier to make for the family because everything is the same, so it's easy. That's also not the intent. And then we have this very lovely, colorful picture as well in the guidance, which I hope I clarify a little bit for you. So this is the subset and the extension. So you do a core assessment, that's the orange circle that was already on the previous slide. And within that you have different boxes. So for instance, you have non-professional users, which you give a very low dosage, and a very much lower active substance level, and therefore you have a different risk mitigation that you have to calculate. So that's a subset of your core assessment. Another reason would be an extension. For instance, if you go with an extra substance of concern, for instance, because it's an outdoor application, it needs to be more, let's call it powerful, and therefore you need an extra ingredient to make sure you reach the required efficacy. But if you would do that substance of concern in the core composition, it would give you a too conservative or too high level of protection, which is not needed. Sorry, not level of protection, a level of risk mitigation, of course. So for all your products, you really have to see how you do this, because there's not so many allowed variations. So it's here 4, and that's it. So if you have 3 subsets and an extension, you're done, according to the guidance. So a few notes as well that I would like to emphasize on during. So all alineas are provided with a number. So number 75, already explains that you are allowed to do it. But the amount of subsets and extensions should not go beyond 3 definitions. But keep in mind that if you need to do subsets due to efficacy, they're not always counted as a real subset. So that's something to take into account, especially with efficacy if you have an initial claim or less claims for different users. Or please have a look at that. So that's not always considered to be a subset. So that's definitely important to keep an eye on. Then hopefully your family still passes these 3 similarity criteria. And your new submission as of the 1st of October are meeting this new guidance. But you might have already submitted a dossier, and Chiara already explained if you want to apply these new guidance already, you are allowed to do so, but only when the applicant agrees to modify the dossier. The important thing is that if you split your family or need to split your family, the initial application continues, and the intent is that your transition products, so under the current local approvals, continue to stay. So even though you split your dossier, you have to resubmit a new dossier. It's considered then by all the member states in Europe that has been seen as an application that is done nicely before the deadline. So that gives you at least the original time path. I'm not sure if you can make the end time path, because all data comes later, so I don't know if that's still feasible. And of course, you have to reconsider the fees. And if you had a very small application, that might be a reason to kill it from the dossier and never resubmit it, because it's maybe too much money involved. So that's the main part of the guidance. And I think I wanted to end with 3 things to think on, or that I wanted to give with you. Number 1 is do realize that a single registration, you don't have the similarity about uses. So basically, you can put a lot more in a single registration than for a family. So if you want to combine all 20 product types, I don't think we have any active substance even that has that. But if you would have an active substance having a lot of product types, you could put them all together. You can do unlimited amount of uses for a single registration. That's not allowed for a family now anymore with this guidance. So sometimes it might be even smarter to see if your customer is not better served with a single registration. If you are submitting a family, it's sometimes also very hard to explain your family. So for instance, the current part template doesn't have a section that's called please provide how the family is designed. And I've already had a few cases that I put it somewhere and my ECA was not able to find it, or the local expert was looking at efficacy and I put it in the introduction. Or so it's also something maybe to think about. The core, the extensions and the subsets are also very hard currently to put somewhere clear. There are a few Excel sheets which are very helpful, but in the PAR it's still not there. And the SPC editor, I don't think you can group there. So that's also something I think you cannot do. Of course, in the PAR, where it's a Word document, you are a bit more flexible, but the SPC editor is quite rigid in that. And for already submitted dossiers, the guidance is not applicable. It's very clear. But your rapporteur member state or your ECA might not agree with your view. on similarity. And yeah, what do you do then? Because if you do have to split your family, you might have a lot of problems with your testing strategy. Because if you split, and that split was the part you did all your testing on, and you have this part where you don't have any test data on, how do you submit fast a new dossier then? So, continue to build a family. Good luck. And thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Danielle, for this pedagogical presentation and also sharing your concrete experience. So now the floor is open for questions on this very interesting topic. So, well, first from the room, please don't feel shy. We are ready to welcome your questions. At least. Might have some. No? There's one. What? Yeah. Please.
I know every time I stand up you turn off one of the microphones, but I'll try this one. Listen, thank you very much for the very, very clear presentations, both of you. Sorry, Darren Abrahams, Steptoe and Johnson. I'll get this right eventually. I was very heartened, Chiara, to hear your emphasis on equal treatment. I just want to pick up that theme. So the new and heavily revised guidance, the documents are, largely incomparable. Talks about the guidance only applying moving forward from the 1st of October, but as you rightly said, it could be applied to ongoing applications submitted earlier, if the applicant decided that it wanted to take that path. And so perhaps the rhetorical question that I ask is, why on earth would someone do that? Presumably, someone who has an ongoing application has been part of a pre-submission meeting. The 4 corners of the product family have already been discussed extensively and agreed upon. The only way that I can imagine that someone would accept those new rules being applied is if, in effect, the evaluating authority said, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, I don't think you comply anymore with the requirements of the BPR, but actually that's another way of, in a non-express, non-clear way, of putting in the new criteria under the disguise of it doesn't comply with the BPR. After a pre-submission meeting, after agreement on what the parameters of the family are. Given your focus on equal treatment, can we look to ECHA to stop this kind of pressure being put on applicants to apply the new rules to ongoing dossiers which are not subject to this guidance?
Yeah, actually, starting with your comment on the pre-submission meeting, the outcome of the assessment by the competent authority is without prejudice to the pre-submission meeting. So, and let's say that the pre-submission meeting we always strongly recommend to have it. It's not mandatory, but as we said, it's a benefit for both, let's say, parties to have this meeting, for the applicants to present the strategy and the competent authority to understand, and also to provide some support to the applicant. But of course, this is without prejudice to the final assessment, especially if we talk about union authorization application, where not only one member state is like for national authorization involved, but you have other member states also involved. So this is one comment on the pre-submission meeting. And regarding the other comment on the splitting, as I said, this is already before the update of the note for guidance. it was the case if an application doesn't meet the provisions of the BPR in terms of product families criteria, there was still the possibility of partial rejection, meaning that the products not covered by the family are not supported. If the assessment is performed, it could have been a partial non-authorization. So in the course of the evaluation, if it turned out that the family criteria are not met, it's still an opportunity for the applicants to, in a way, reconsider, and it would be, in a way, also disproportionate not to authorize products if they don't meet the criteria for a product family. So it's a way, when I was explaining, to minimize the negative consequences in case the criteria are not met. So it's a pragmatic way forward. I don't know if I addressed your
So maybe
your
I can just ask
question.
a follow-up question to make sure I understood. Are you confirming then that the guidance on splitting, which has now been finally incorporated, because chronologically the working party developed the guidance on splitting first, and then that was worked into the final, can I call it, consolidated guidance? So even if the final revised guidance hadn't actually been agreed upon, we still would have had, as part of the work output from the working party, that splitting guidance. So are you confirming that the splitting option is not linked to acceptance of the new final guidance?
I think here there has been quite some debate on the question of when the new or the updated guidance should apply. But the key element behind is that, apart from the general rules of when guidance should be applied, is, okay, in reality, nothing has changed. It's just clarification that this new guidance introduces. It's to avoid ending up in situations where it's not possible to perform the assessment, or where the conclusion would be overall negative. And that it's in order to minimize the negative consequences for the companies that this has been done, and also that the splitting approach has been introduced. So all of this is to limit negative consequences for the companies, while at the same time addressing the possibility to effectively assess the biocidal product families. Because the starting point, we have to keep that in mind. So in terms of applying the BPR, nothing has changed. What has changed is that before, there was probably too much flexibility in the original guidance in terms of how it could be interpreted. And this led to having two complex families. And with two complex families, you end up with not being able to assess them properly. And eventually, these families are not authorized. And that's more negative consequences than to have to split the families. Okay, you have to have to pay more fees, that's more work, and so on and so forth. That's clear. I think everybody acknowledges that. But you also have to keep in mind that what is the starting point? The starting point is that you try to put too many things in the same family. So if at some point that's corrected, okay, you may complain, okay, is it fair, is it unfair? But I think it's really for good intention that this is done.
Okay, thank you, that's very clear.
Other questions from the room? Please come.
Hi, thanks for nice presentations. I have a bit of a practical one, which could be...
Sorry, could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, I am Fredrik Åderman. I'm a consultant. I work for Intertech in Sweden. A practical question that I think is interesting. If you have member states that refuse this to be RMS, and there is not too many to choose from, I think that's an interesting question. It could be that it makes it difficult to discuss this type of questions if you don't really have a good strategy from starting point. So is that a widely known problem? And what can you add for guidance in terms of that?
Well, we are aware, together with Commission, that it has become difficult to find a member state to evaluate applications. So I assume if you ask for RMS, it would be for mutual recognition in parallel. Well, the same could apply also for ECHA for union authorization. We know that there are some difficulties. I mean, it's a mix of different things. On one hand, it might be indeed resource issues in member states that, okay, when as a member state competent authority, you've reached your overall capacity for the coming years to perform your work, I don't think it would be sensitive to accept more applications. We have counter-example of that, and the member states who have gone beyond their capacity are now trying to address that situation. That's one aspect. But of course, the other part, which we hope this updated note for guidance will help ease the situation, is indeed, when you were coming with potential applications with very complex families, okay, I guess you can also understand why some member states were not ready to take them up. Because if they foresee that it will be absolutely impossible to assess a too complex family, or it will take them more time and efforts than what will be covered by the national fees that we have to perform the evaluation. That's also possibly one of the reasons why it could be difficult to find a reference member state or an ECA.
Thanks. I think it's a good answer, but it's an interesting topic and causes a bit of trouble sometimes. So.
Okay, more questions from the room? Apparently no flag. And from the online participants?
Okay, yes, let's go for Slido then. Companies have products registered during the transitional period. The revised BBF concept may require to replace components shortly before submitting the PPR products dossier. Will transitional approvals remain valid for impacted products?
Well, of course, the transitional authorization are first only valid nationally, and they are limited in their lifetime by when the BPR starts to apply. So when the corresponding active substance has been approved, you only have a limited amount of time to make an application. And after that, if you've not made an application, so you cannot keep your products on the market. And eventually, when these product authorization applications will be finalized, okay, the authorized products will have to remain on the market, and the ones that were previously available on the market will not. Okay, I hope this addresses the question sufficiently. More questions also from Sario? Or maybe Valerio, you want to add something?
No, just maybe to clarify that the question is about covering with the transitional measure with the application of a product. What about during the assessment if the conformant of that product change compared to the one which is already on the market? So is this still covering the product on the market and the transitional measure or not?
Okay. I would tend to say to reply positively because the transitional measures, the products authorized under transitional measures are covered by the initial application. If during the evaluation there are changes which are made following the feedback by the evaluating competent authority, until the end, that does not challenge the fact that the products allowed on the market under the transitional measure remained on the market. The only exception could be if there is serious concern, then there can be some measures for that.
Okay. Maybe we have something from a colleague.
Hello, this is Thomas Billy from ECHA. I would just also like to clarify that the transitional measures are made possible by the biocidal product regulation, but how they are applied, whether they are given, how long they are provided, is a decision of each member state. Therefore, we would strongly recommend in these cases to enter into discussion with the member state enforcement authorities and clarify with them how they envisage the application of their own exceptions. So this is the recommendation that I would give.
Okay, more online questions?
Could you please do an example of acceptable refinement?
A very concrete example I don't have, but generically seen is a refinement. Is a subset. So it's seen as an not the entire assessment, but a sub. But for instance, the example that is given, I think in Annex 6 or in Annex 7, is that if you have a consumer use where you have an active range from 5 to 10%, and I think the consumer use is up to 7% without any risk mitigation measures, and above 7% you have risk mitigation measures. I think that is an example why you want to differentiate and to make sure the risk mitigation is then more specific.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. Do we have more questions from the room? No, but we can take more questions from.
Yeah, let's continue online. When will the matrix for similar uses be updated and disseminated?
Well, I think we have a version which is already available. The thing is that we wanted to also collect feedback from the users in order to see whether it works absolutely fine. But it's already been available since quite some time, because we had already at the time where the working party was finalizing its work, we already had a draft version which was shared.
No, it's not shared.
It's actually now under cross-check by the coordination group members. So it will be made available in due time as soon as it is consolidated.
Okay, more online questions?
Camelia Mihai from CEFIC, manager of the Biocides group. I wanted to actually emphasize what Hugues just said about the feedback. I think it's very important because this new guidance has been developed over more than 1 year, so there was a lot of work invested in it. And I would really encourage, especially those companies not supporting other products than disinfectants, to look into it and into its applicability, because in fact the entire guidance was actually developed so the starting point was looking at disinfectants, including the matrix. And we are not sure if everything can be as easily applicable to other PTs or other main groups. So we would very much appreciate feedback on that.
And I think it's important to keep in mind that, okay, this is only a tool we are talking about. It's not a guidance. It will never replace the guidance. More questions?
Yeah, we have a question that is receiving a lot of votes, so it's probably of concern for many in the room. And it's basically if an evaluating competent authority can apply the new guidance already to ongoing dossier, and in case they can already reject them.
I think we already touched upon that topic. The guidance has been updated for clarity reasons, but the underlying principles are the same. They are in the BPR. If the competent authority concludes that the product family applied for is not complying with the BPR, then this can lead to the rejection of the application, or this can lead to a final negative decision on the authorization. And therefore, applying the guidance for such ongoing applications is a way to minimize the negative effects. More questions? Online questions?
Yeah, we have a technical question on the ECHA overview BP of the biocidal product family. So when will the table be updated according to the new guidance, in particular the way to present the grouping of coformulants? And if it's so, when we can expect the update? So we're talking about the ECHA overview of the biocidal product families.
Okay. Maybe this is more linked to the last slide from the presentation of Danielle, where some elements need to be further explored for the implementation of the concept of the family, especially where to explain the family in the part template, where to explain core extension subsets and the SPC editor, to be further developed to accommodate the new elements under the updated note for guidance. I can tell you that we are currently revising the part template, so there will be an update of the version currently available. So we are planning to take the elements of the updated note for guidance under consideration. We need to consult the coordination group first, so I cannot really give you a precise timeline for the availability of an updated part template, but we are working on that. So we will try to make it easier to describe the family. And actually, currently, if you want to provide an overview of your family, there is a supporting document on the ECHA website. It's in an Excel format, and there you can describe the structure of your family according to the 3-level information of the updated note for guidance. So it's under supporting document on our webpage under the BPR section. But we will try to make it clear in the updated version of the part template, so everyone knows where to put the relevant information.
And also for the SPC editor, it's something that is taken into account for future developments. I take the opportunity also to remind you that on 18th of November we have the annual meetings of the IT users group in Brussels, and that's of course a very good opportunity to receive your feedback and for you to provide your views for what are the needs that are insufficiently or not addressed currently by the IT tools. Maybe one or two last questions before we close the session.
Yes, we have 2 remaining questions. Guidance says a clarification of the different functions of co-formulant in biocidal products is under development by the APCP working group and will be endorsed by the CG. Is it already available?
To my knowledge, this is still ongoing.
And the final question online, why is the concept of meta-SPCs not abandoned? It artificially introduces complexity to the dossiers. It makes more sense to identify worst-case products / uses per area of risk assessment also SPCs could be drawn up in a different manner?
Well, this is a wide question. It brings us back to the amendment of the BPR in 2014. You might remember that originally the scope of the biocidal product families was much more narrow than it is following this amendment of the BPR, which was one of the reasons for the amendment, actually. And given that change in the definition of the biocidal product families in the BPR, there was a need to set up a system to manage the additional complexity introduced in the BPR. And this was discussed in the in the CA meeting and the coordination group as well. And the best way we could identify all together with the Commission and the Member States to address this additional complexity of the families was to have this intermediate meta-SPC level. And considering to change that system for another one, so first I think it should be assessed whether there would be real benefit to change that, and that would be probably quite some work to organize such a change. So the benefit would have to be substantial before such a change could be considered, I think. But yeah, maybe Klaus wants to add a word on that? No? Okay. Okay, do we have a final question? No? And in the room either? No? Then I would like to thank you all for this session, and especially the two speakers, Danielle and Chiara, and also all those who have asked interesting questions. I think we should now close this session, and I will give the floor back to Peter. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. After a day with a lot of interesting presentations and good discussions and very good questions, so thank you very much, everyone, for your input. I would like to thank you all for that contributions. I would like to thank the speakers very much for being here, providing all this information, and we are happy with your feedback. And certainly we will take that into account also for the future actions that we will take on getting the biocides work further, and the future of also biocides days in ECHA for next year, for instance. So what will be the next steps that we will take from here on? As I already started to mention this morning, the review program is very high on our priority list. And we call upon the member states to step up the work on the review program. And as I already mentioned this morning, ECHA is very much ready to support the member states in doing these actions. We are investing in it, and we have intensified our coordination with the member states to get that up and going again. On this topic, we will further discuss the action plan in the CA meeting in November this year to see how we can bring this further. On endocrine disruptors, what we discussed this morning is that this is also an area in which we need to invest further, improve our knowledge, and we are also going to do further training and practical instructions on the endocrine disruptors assessment as part of the biocides work. The biocidal products families that were addressed in the last session is something that we will continue as well to further develop, and we have an automated tool available. Sorry? Soon. Okay, available soon. And the functioning of the BPR, of the biocidal products regulation, will be reviewed in the coming years. The member states' reports are expected in 2020, as it was announced by Klaus, and the Commission report on the functioning of the BPR is expected for 2021. Risk assessment tools, which will be there to help you to provide support in your work on biocides. We have a new version of EUSUS, the European System for the Evaluation of Substances, which is updated and available already since the 1st of October of this year. You can readily access it on the ECHA website, and we are working on the further integration of EUSUS with risk assessment tools in order to further harmonize risk assessment all across the board, also with industrial chemicals. Brexit, if it happens, when it happens, let's see how the developments will go. We will keep preparing for that. We have been preparing already for that. We advise you to keep preparing for it as well, just in case it might actually happen. We have to give that advice, of course, even though the developments are ongoing. And I just learned that there will be actually elections coming up in the UK, so let's see what that might bring. Let us know your feedback. We are very happy with the feedback that you have been giving us today, and we would very much ask for your further feedback on anything we can improve and how we can have a better cooperation also in the future. The survey is available on Slido, and we would invite you to participate in that very much. I would like to say, finally, that we hope to see you back in Helsinki. When we see you back, it will probably be in the new building. ECHA will be moving from the 1st of January to a new building at the harbor. Very nice place as well. And we will have on the 2nd and 3rd of June next year our Safer Chemicals conference. Hope to see you there as well. Biocides Day 2020 is not planned yet, but as I said, your feedback is very much welcome, and on the basis of that and also the topics that you raise, we can of course see how we can take that forward also next year or in the further future. So, thank you very much for today. Looking forward to continue the discussions with you and to see you back. Thank you very much. There is still the networking session right now outside, and there is also further opportunity for